Chapter 1788. He felt a little strange. It wasn't that the human clan didn't have profound life realm experts, but those experts had all died in the imperial court. Unlike other races, the human clan was in a state of great unity. It was once unified by several human kings, so most of the experts were also concentrated in the imperial court. With the fall of the imperial court, these experts had all died in the imperial court. After that, Yi Shiwen hadn't seen any profound life realm experts. This kind of aura could only belong to a human clan expert. But how could a human clan expert be so presumptuous in Mount Qi? Mount Qi was a place of prosperity for the human clan, so it had an extraordinary significance. Even before the imperial court had fallen, there were still many experts. Mount Qi was a place of prosperity for the human clan, and there were also several noble and royal clans overseeing it. It wasn't a place where ordinary people would dare to be presumptuous, even if it was a profound realm expert. Thinking of this, he didn't have the mood to continue delaying, and quickly flew to Mount Qi. I will ask you one last time. When will you hand over Yi Shiwen? Our Wang family has been loyal to the human clan for generations. For the human clan, this old man personally went to the Xian world and struggled in the Xian world. In the end, is this how you treat the descendants of meritorious officials? How dare you destroy the orthodoxy of our Wang family? Unforgivable, unforgivable. A cold voice came from Mount Qi. It was the ice-cold voice of a middle-aged man. As he spoke, his tone became increasingly cold, and his imposing aura also became more and more powerful. At this time, above the entire Mount Qi, 3 figures were coldly standing above the Yi family. The main pressure was directed towards the Yi family. The person in the lead looked to be about 35 or 36 years old. His eyes were bright, and he seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. But at this time, there was an unusually cold expression on his face. His robe fluttered in the wind along with his anger, and he was full of imposing aura. And behind him followed a man and a woman. The man was about 40 years old, and he had a middle-aged appearance. His aura was even more powerful than that of the man, and he was extremely overbearing. As for the woman, she looked to be around 30 years old. Her skin was fair, and she was beautiful. However, her expression was cold as she looked in the direction of the Yi clan with disdain. Brother, I don't think you need to say anything to them. Since that Yi Shiwen dared to destroy your orthodoxy, then it's very simple. You should also destroy the orthodoxy of Yi clan. Let him be thoroughly destroyed. It can be regarded as an eye for an eye. It's very fair. At that moment, the man in his 40s spoke with a mocking expression on his face. It was as if he was talking about slaughtering a bunch of ants, and they didn't care about them at all. Apart from Yi Shiwen, Yi Fan was the only king-level expert in front of them. He was tenaciously standing in the void. His forehead was slightly sweating, as if he was enduring great pain. The aura of the man surnamed Wang was mainly suppressing him. Wang Chong, I respect you for your contributions to the human clan. You were a famous figure in the past, and you were even the patriarch of the Wang clan. However, this is Qi Mountain. It's not a place where you can do evil. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and said with great difficulty. For him, as a king-level expert, it was still very difficult for him to fight against a profound realm expert, even if it was just his aura. Do evil? The Wang family has contributed so much to the human race for so many years. But it was destroyed just like that. You are simply treason. You want to rebel against the human race. If I can't kill that Yi Shiwen today, how can I have the face to see the ancestors of the Wang family? Yi Shiwen's expression turned solemn as he looked at Yi Shiwen. How can I do evil? The man surnamed Wang, Wang Chong, said through gritted teeth. When he thought about the news of the Wang clan's destruction, he almost cried tears of blood. Blood flowed from his eyes, and his heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. He had never thought that one day the Wang clan would be destroyed. It was like a bolt from the blue, especially when he was fighting in the Xian world. Wang Chong, how many times do I have to say this? I originally didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with you, but the Wang clan betrayed the human clan and was controlled by the demon clan. They opened the defensive line and made the demon clan contribute to the royal court. You are also the patriarch of the Wang clan and also a marquis of the royal court. I think you should understand what this means to the human clan. If it weren't for Yi Shiwen, I'm afraid that the human clan would be in danger of extinction. Just based on this, the Wang clan's destruction is not wrong at all. Many people even hate them to the bone and want to skin them alive. Yi Fan said coldly, not showing the slightest mercy. Facing the senior of the Wang clan who had been pestering him endlessly, he was completely enraged. I don't care about the Wang clan's betrayal of the human clan, but even so, it's not up to that brat called Yi Shiwen to teach them a lesson. Today, I want him dead, and no one can protect him. Wang Chong said coldly. As the patriarch of the Wang clan, how could he not know that doing this was simply a heinous crime? If it were someone else, he would have also shouted for them to be killed. But no matter what, he could not accept the Wang clan's destruction. Moreover, he had already forgotten all these years of fighting in the Xian world. The righteousness of the human clan and the supremacy of the human clan had long since faded from his mind. What was truly important to him was the elusive Tao of eternal life. Wang Chong, since that's the case, it doesn't make any sense. The Wang clan has already betrayed the human clan, so it's only natural that they should be exterminated. Countless people have lost their families because of their betrayal, yet you can't distinguish between right and wrong. What difference is there between you and those Wang clan members who have submitted to the demon race? If you plan on continuing to pester us endlessly, then we can only fight to the death. Yi Fan said through clenched teeth. That's right, Wang Chong. Do you still remember this old man? Back then, you were a hero of your generation, but now, for the sake of the Wang clan, you want us humans to cut off our own arms and legs? You've already fallen. At this time, an old man leaped out of Mount Qi. He was a peak celestial expert, someone from the same generation as Wang Chong. But back then, Wang Chong had already been a hero whose name had shaken the world. Later on, he had even entered the Xian world. The people of the present might not know much about Wang Chong's past, but it was still vivid in their minds. After all, that was their era, their youth. He trembled as he looked at Wang Chong. His many years of fighting had left far too many wounds on his body. Even though he hadn't reached 10,000 years of age, he was already incredibly old. In truth, the majority of people were just like him. Over the years of fighting, no matter what level they reached, they would inevitably be left with all sorts of hidden wounds. When their cultivation was still advancing by leaps and bounds, these hidden wounds might not have mattered much. But when their cultivation stagnated, these hidden wounds would explode. Although it was said to be 10,000 years of age, how many people could truly live to that age? The majority of people could live for 7,000 or 8,000 years, and that was already an extremely long life. Wang Chong, who was of the same generation as him, was still at his peak, looking middle-aged. But these people were already old, as if they were people from two different eras. Perhaps only they could truly understand this sort of sorrow. That's right, Wang Chong, this old man has always made you my goal to surpass. Although you're tyrannical in your actions, you're not someone who can't tell right from wrong. How did you end up like this? If such a person had appeared in the Wang clan back then, you would have been the first to kill them. Another old-timer leaped out of Mount Qi, a white-haired old man. Once upon a time he had been high-spirited and vigorous, but now he had one foot in the coffin. The difference of just one level from the profound life realm was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. More and more ancient existences trembled as they flew out of Mount Qi. At this time, the humans finally realized that so many ancient existences were still alive, especially their descendants. When they saw those trembling figures in the sky, Their eyes brimmed with hot tears. That's the old patriarch of the Thunder Clan, the patriarch from 2 generations ago. Didn't they say that he died in meditation? How could he still be alive? It's rumored that although he's not of the king rank, he has the ability to rival king rank experts. And that old woman, isn't she the first supreme elder of the Limitless Star Palace? It's rumored that she died 1,000 years ago, but she's still alive. There's also the 9th elder of the Sun Moon royal family. He was known as the strongest elder back then. He once single-handedly killed his way into the demon world and escaped unscathed. He was truly a powerhouse of his generation, but now he has become so white-haired. Time is truly a butcher's knife, and every slash makes one grow old. As more and more ancient existences were recognized, everyone was shocked. These people were all influential figures of the past. They had all been famous for a period of time, and they were the pride of heaven. But now, all that was left of them was their white hair and their trembling movements, reminding everyone that they were still alive. What do you ants know? Wang Chong coldly glanced at them. That was an entire clan. Except for a few who escaped, the entire Wang clan was exterminated. Hundreds of millions of people were killed, and even newborn infants were not spared. That Yi Shiwen was so insane, and yet you're still speaking up for him? I think you've really gone senile. Chapter 1789. Frenzied, simply frenzied. Wang Chong thought of the Wang family that had been razed to the ground. He was so angry that he was already crying tears of blood. He had already restrained himself by not slaughtering everyone in Mount Qi. Lunatic. Speaking of lunatics, who can compare to the lunatics of the Wang family? Do you know how many people have lost their families because of the betrayal of the Wang family? What does the death of the Wang family count for? The number of people who have died because of the Wang family's betrayal is dozens of times, hundreds of times more. Have you ever heard the cries of these people's souls? Yi Fan gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Those who betray the human race must die." You must have heard of this iron law. No matter who it is, they must die. What did our human race rely on to walk all the way from being slaves to glory and prosperity? We rely on this kind of perseverance to help each other. There is absolutely no room for any betrayal. Don't talk about great principles with this old man. When this old man was the patriarch of the Wang family, even the ancestor of the Yi family had to bow his head in front of this old man. Who do you think you are? You dare to clamor in front of me? This old man knows much more than you do. But what's the use of that? It can't wash away the blood of my Wang family and the souls of hundreds of millions of people. If you didn't come out today, then I would at most kill Yi Shiwen. But since you all came out to stop me, then don't blame me. If you are heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust. Today, I want rivers of blood to flow in Mount Qi. Since the human race has become like this, then there is no need for it to exist. Wang Chong said coldly, "You are simply frenzied." The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan pointed at Wang Chong and said in a flustered and exasperated manner. His finger was trembling and he was completely enraged. "That's right. You have already lost your humanity. You actually want to slaughter everyone in Mount Qi. Crazy! He has already gone crazy. He is no longer the Wang Chong of the past. He should be killed. Great array, kill the strong enemy. Let's fight today. Even if blood flows like a river, we won't let you get what you want. Even if we fight to our deaths, we will let you see that the blood of the human race hasn't run dry, and that our bones haven't been broken." In the face of this maddened and hardened Wang Chong, the humans despaired. Perhaps they had no other choice but to fight. Wang Chong, you have to think this over carefully. You have to know that King Taizong is still alive and well. Are you not afraid that he will punish you for your perverse actions? Yi Fan clenched his teeth and forced out these words under that immense pressure. "Don't mention that fellow to me. He's the one who's crazy. Back then, our Wang family was always at his beck and call. How many of our ancestors, bathed in blood on the battlefield. Ha ha ha! The entire Wang family has been uprooted by him. How ruthless! Wang Chong heartily laughed and then said with a savage expression. He was on the verge of going insane. This news was like a bolt from the blue to him, especially since the other party was King Taizong. He was an invincible figure that could move unhindered through the world in an era where kings rose together. Thus, even though he was extremely angry, he had never thought of making trouble for King Taizong. Instead, he directly targeted Yi Shiwen. But this did not mean that he did not hate King Taizong. This legendary name had led the human race to glory, but it had destroyed their Wang family and pushed them into hell. Junior brother, don't worry. That King Taizong is nothing. So what if he's still alive? Even if he's still alive, he wouldn't dare to make an enemy of our heaven wasteland palace. This is no longer their era. How could such a figure still be alive? Otherwise, he would have never appeared during the many crises that the human race faced back then. At this moment, the man in his 40s or 50s opened his mouth and said, "That's right. There are many records of this in our heaven wasteland palace. Now is no longer the era of legends, or the era where kings rose together. Even if some of those figures survived, they're no longer in a flawless state. There's no need to worry at all. You don't have to worry at all." The cold woman in her 30s also opened her mouth and said, "Moreover, those who dare to provoke our heaven wasteland palace. So what if they're deities or kings? It's not like we don't have the means to kill them. You're actually from the heaven wasteland palace." At this moment, the old patriarch of the Lei clan seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly remembered that they were actually that legendary existence. "I never thought that there would still be people who know about our heaven wasteland palace in this declining primordial era. It seems that having a long history and a deep foundation isn't without its benefits. Even if you guys have declined, you're still more knowledgeable than those country bumpkins in the ordinary world." The middle-aged man coldly said with a disdainful smile on his lips, "That's right. Junior brother Wang has already joined our heaven wasteland palace and is an official disciple." This time he went home to visit his family, but he never expected to hear such grievous news. To think that junior brother Wang had once protected the human race of the primordial era, but in exchange he ended up like this. It's really heartbreaking to hear. At this moment, the expressions of many of the old antiques present changed. Obviously, they had heard of the existence of the heaven wasteland palace and knew about it. How is this possible? Doesn't the heaven wasteland palace never accept humans? How is this possible? Heaven wasteland palace. Could it be the famous heaven wasteland palace in the Xian world? Damn it, this Wang Chong actually joined the heaven wasteland palace. No wonder he became so vicious and merciless. Rumor has it that the heaven wasteland palace has never been divided by race. It recruits peerless geniuses from various races. Therefore, it's extremely powerful. It's an organization that specializes in proving one's Tao. It's so powerful that its tentacles reach deep into every corner of the Xian world. That's right. I remember now. It's rumored that the Xian world has the secret of eternal life. Therefore, many experts of the Xian realm enter the Xian world to search for the secret of eternal life. Over the years, there have been rumors that people have proven their Tao there. Although I don't know whether it's true or not, there's no doubt that there are too many outstanding people in the Xian world, and the Heaven Wasteland Palace is undoubtedly one of the strongest forces. Rumor has it that the Heaven Wasteland Palace once obtained the inheritance of an ancient god. They even slaughtered gods before. They have as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. Many of the old-timers began to explain the rumors they had heard. By now, many of the human elites were pale. They had actually provoked such a colossus. The primordial era had been glorious in the past and had once ruled over all the worlds in the universe. Therefore, they had heard of many of the secrets of the universe and weren't completely ignorant of them. It wasn't just the human elites. Even the major forces that were paying attention to this place turned pale when they heard about the existence of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Is the Heaven Wasteland Palace really going to interfere with the internal affairs of our ancient barons continent? Don't forget that many of our ancestors from the primordial era have entered the Xian world. Don't think that only your Wang family has ancestors cultivating in the Xian world. Do you think that we don't have any? Yi Fan said coldly. The human race had been glorious for so many years. Naturally, they would have Xian realm experts. In the past, there were even kings. How could they lack Xian realm experts, other than a few of them who stayed behind to guard the human race? Most of them had already entered the Xian world. It wasn't just the human race. The other races were the same. However, the human race could no longer contact their ancestors in the Xian world. They couldn't even send messages. The reason was simple. There was an extremely strong barrier in the Xian world. Even king stage experts couldn't pass through it. Only Xian realm experts could. Therefore, even when the human race was in danger and needed support, they couldn't contact the Xian world because all the Xian realm experts had fallen. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen, the human race would have been in danger. That's right. We also have ancestors cultivating in the Xian world. They can't be arrogant for too long. Wang Chong, if the ancestors of the Sun Moon Royal Tribe know what you have done, you won't be able to escape even if you run to the ends of the earth. So what? The human race is just a small force in the Xian world. They don't have any power. Moreover, compared to the Heaven Wasteland Palace, they are nothing. Would they dare to start a war with the Heaven Wasteland Palace because of you? That's good. We can destroy them in minutes, and we won't have to worry about the ancient treaty anymore. The middle-aged man sneered. He obviously didn't care about Zhong Ruigan's threat. He was very confident. Heaven Wasteland Palace, don't go too far. Don't think that the human race of the desolate antiquity is easy to bully. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. You're going too far. Ha ha ha. What I like the most is to bully others. I heard that there are a few Dao weapons in the desolate antiquity. They were left behind by the king stage experts. It's such a waste to have them in your hands. Now, let's let the Heaven Wasteland Palace get their hands on them. We can use them to display their true power. Who knows, we might be able to learn from the ancestors and find a path to immortality. The middle-aged man laughed wildly. Wishful thinking. Immediately, the remaining experts of the royal family glared at him. Those few Dao weapons were left behind by their ancestors and could be said to be the most precious treasures of their clan. They wouldn't touch them easily. Apart from a few that had fallen into the hands of the royal family, there were still a few in their own ancestral land. This middle-aged man wanted to take away their Dao weapons. It was like pulling the firewood from the bottom of the pot. The middle-aged man snorted and said, "Wishful thinking? This matter is not up to you. There is nothing that the Heaven Wasteland Palace doesn't want." How arrogant. I want to see what ability the Heaven Wasteland Palace has to say such arrogant words. Chapter 1790. What a big tone. I want to see what kind of ability your Heaven Wasteland Palace has to say such arrogant words. A cold shout turned into sound waves that directly crushed towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's reaction was even faster. With a cold snort, he spat out air waves from his nostrils and directly formed a protective shield around his body, protecting him within. The sound waves formed by the cold shout directly disintegrated and disappeared without a trace. Courting death, you actually dare to attack me? The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Then a long spear appeared in his hand. This long spear was flickering with brilliant lights and overflowing colors. A frightening evil aura was emitted from the long spear. It was unknown how many enemies' blood it had drunk in order to have such an evil aura. Many souls of the enemies he had killed were attracted to the spear and were digested into an even more powerful force. The cold aura emitted from the spear made people feel a chill down their spines. The spear instantly pierced through the sky, and directly set off a terrifying air wave. Its entire body glowed, and the terrifying power directly made the formations in the Qi mountain area feel a strong threat, and they instantly came to life. It must be known that Wang Chang's pressure had not even been able to revive the formations in the Qi mountain area, but with a single move from this person, all the formations in the Qi mountain area came to life. It was truly terrifying. He alone was like a god, with endless murderous intent. The spear directly pointed into the void, and the spear light splashed out, smashing everything. Many formations responded and collapsed, and even the murderous intent could not stop it. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Even though this was a formation that they had added later and wasn't an ancient formation, it was still able to block an all-out attack from a King Division expert. But now it had instantly collapsed, and it wasn't even aimed at them. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this person was. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and many people suddenly became worried. From the voice just now, many people could tell that that person was Yi Shiwen, and Yi Shiwen was now their only hope. As for King Taizong, in fact, they themselves did not have too much hope, because they were very clear that King Taizong would not act so casually, and they were afraid that there were some restrictions. Bang! With a loud bang, the spear directly smashed the sky and pointed into a golden light, and then everyone saw the golden light shatter, revealing a palm. The tip of the spear pointed at the palm and made a shocking roar, and then burst into endless sparks, igniting the void. In an instant, the vast sky was set ablaze and turned into a sea of fire. One could well imagine how shocking this collision was. Compared to the sea of fire that was formed by the sparks, the middle-aged man was more concerned about the palm that was able to block the tip of his spear. This was simply inconceivable. His spear could be called a lethal weapon, and no one knew how many experts it had killed, including many Xian realm experts, were directly stabbed to death by his spear. But now he could not even pierce this palm. At the thought of this, he was slightly shocked. However, before he could continue to be shocked, he saw a huge hand reaching out from the void. Humph! What heaven wasteland palace! You are only SOSO. Eat my slap! But he heard a clear roar, and then a huge palm fiercely slapped towards him. Humph! The middle-aged man was not to be outdone. The real Yuan on his body soared, and turned into a demonic aura that filled the sky. This was actually a peerless great demon, and the ominous aura of a supreme master spread in all directions, causing people to instinctively feel a chill. At this moment, the long spear in his hand shot out once again, instantly turning into a peerless, ferocious beast, as if it was about to roar towards the sky. Fiery light surged as it directly pierced towards the big hand. He used all his strength to attack, smashing the world, and collided with the big hand. The terrible collision was like Mars colliding with Earth, and sparks flew in all directions. Bang! An incomparably loud roar was heard, and at this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly realized that the big hand had actually turned and directly grabbed the tip of the spear. He secretly thought that it was not good, and immediately turned pale with fright. He quickly withdrew the long spear, but at this time the long spear did not move at all in the big hand. When he pulled it out, only the sound of metal rubbing against each other could be heard. The power that burst out caused cracks to appear in the void. The power was astonishing. Everyone turned pale with fright. This big hand was really terrifying. It actually had such a terrifying power that it could firmly hold the long spear without moving. Some people had already guessed that behind this terrifying big hand, there must be an unparalleled physical strength. Otherwise, just the sharp spear light on the tip of the spear would have directly blown the big hand into pieces. That was a terrifying weapon that had surpassed the level of an ultimate weapon. And in terms of power, it firmly suppressed the middle-aged man, not giving him any chance to turn around. Boom! Endless golden waves spread in the void, and in an instant, the sky was paved into a golden world. In this golden world, a long sword cut across the vast sky with monstrous, ferocious power. It had a powerful aura of supremacy, and it rushed towards the middle-aged man. The murderous aura covered the sky, and the universe was split into two halves. It was obviously just a weapon, but it gave off a feeling of a weapon master descending to the world to conquer the world. Damn it! At this time, the middle-aged man struggled to pull the long spear in his hand, but it did not move an inch as the big hand grabbed the tip of the spear. No matter how much spear light splashed, it still could not explode. How can there be someone with such terrifying power? I don't believe it. With a loud roar, he instantly turned into a terrifying, ferocious beast. That was his original body. This ferocious beast looked like a fierce tiger, but it was even more terrifying. There was a pair of sharp horns on its head, and a pair of incomparably huge wings on its back, surrounding him. He opened his big mouth, and endless power condensed in his mouth. Then it instantly turned into a frightening shockwave, and fiercely collided with the golden sword. Boom! The world was shaking violently. Terrifying ripples spread out in circles. The battle intent penetrated the entire sky. The ripples caused by the battle between the two sides made the expressions of the experts of both the human race and the alien race change dramatically. Many people felt cold from head to toe. They felt a chill on their backs. It didn't matter which race they belonged to. Everyone was completely shocked. They reacted at this time. The person who had come should be Yi Shiwen without a doubt. However, they never knew that Yi Shiwen actually had such a terrifying fighting prowess. Originally, the people of the human race were very worried that Yi Shiwen was not a match for the middle-aged man, who was at the profound life realm. But now, everything seemed to be completely beyond their expectations. Profound life realm. This Yi Shiwen has actually stepped into the profound life realm. How long has it been since he stepped into the King Division? How did he advance by leaps and bounds again? Many people were shocked. At this time, the news from the ancient Phoenix realm had yet to arrive. Therefore, they simply did not know what had happened in the ancient Phoenix realm. And how did Yi Shiwen completely step into the profound life realm? To them, this was undoubtedly a shocking news. For the human race, Yi Shiwen, who had stepped into the profound life realm, was undoubtedly a cardiotonic for the human race, who had fallen into a predicament. The experts of the King Division were only the most tyrannical experts on the surface. As for the profound realm, only the experts of the profound realm were truly qualified to determine the outcome of the ancient Baron's continent. Nowadays, as there were fewer and fewer people who could prove their Tao, the road to proving their Tao became narrower and narrower. Therefore, many people began to choose to try their luck in the profound world. Legend had it that there was a secret to eternal life and a way to prove one's Tao. No one knew whether it was true or not, but it attracted a large number of profound realm experts from various worlds to rush there. Even in the ancient barons, there were extremely few profound realm experts who stayed behind to guard the place. Most of them were already very old when they stepped into the profound realm. They knew that they had no chance to step into a higher realm, let alone find the secret to eternal life. Therefore, these people were often the old antiques of various forces and races. These people were also a group of people who could truly influence the situation of the ancient Baron's continent. In the past, the human race also had such a group of people. Afterwards, the imperial court was sacrificed and all the profound realm experts died in battle, causing the human race to plummet. Even with Yi Fan and Yi Shiwen stepping into the King Division, the position of the human race did not change much. If it wasn't for King Taitsong, the various races would not give Yi Shiwen any face, nor would they take Yi Shiwen seriously. Therefore, they did not even inform the human race about the 1,000 Clans Convention. However, now that Yi Shiwen had stepped into the profound life stage, everything was completely different. The human race would once again have the right to speak in the ancient desolation, and would once again regain a place for themselves. This would also lay a solid foundation for the revival of the human race. As for the other races, their mood was much more complicated at this time. For them, Yi Shiwen stepping into the profound life realm was undoubtedly a mixed bag. The advantage was that there was one more expert who could contend against the demon army. However, the disadvantage was that it would not be so easy for them to continue to encroach on the human race's territory. Yi Shiwen alone was enough to protect the interests of a considerable part of the human race. In the eyes of some people, it was simply hard for them to eat and sleep, especially in the eyes of those forces who had offended Yi Shiwen. Hiding your head and showing your tail. Do you dare to come out and fight me? The middle-aged man finally roared impatiently. Why not? Along with this cold voice, a figure appeared in the void, followed by the next wave of rapid attacks. Chapter 1791. Another huge hand directly pressed down from the void. Rumble. With a series of loud booms, the entire void was completely shattered, shattering inch by inch in front of everyone. Endless spiritual qi formed a monstrous wave that expanded outwards. Yi Shiwen's offensive was fast to the extreme. It fell down like a sudden clap of thunder towards that demon tiger. The huge, qi-condensed hand grew larger and larger in the void and slammed down. And at this moment, the demon tiger directly opened its bloody mouth, and with a power that could devour 100,000 soldiers, it directly swallowed Yi Shiwen's qi-condensed hand into its stomach. The king of 100 beasts' might was fully displayed. He looked up to the sky and roared unceasingly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Yi Shiwen. In the face of this man who had forced him into such a predicament, he had no choice but to reveal his true body. His killing intent was undisguised. How can it be so easy to digest what you've swallowed? However, when Yi Shiwen saw that his qi-condensed hand had been swallowed in one gulp, he sneered and a little disdainful. Explode! A loud shout sounded. What did you say? Before the demon tiger could finish speaking, it heard a loud bang. The qi-condensed hand in its stomach suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Countless spiritual qi formed a shock wave that was like an endless number of blades that wreaked havoc in its body. Then the demon tiger let out a miserable cry and was directly sent flying. Only then did everyone see that its stomach had already been blown to pieces. A large hole had been blasted out, and flesh and blood were flying everywhere. The situation was extremely miserable. When the human race saw this scene, they slightly heaved a sigh of relief. If they were allowed to continue being arrogant, even if they could use their trump cards to block the 3 profound life realm experts, their vitality would still be greatly damaged, and the current human race could no longer withstand such torment. Senior. At this moment, when Wang Chong saw the miserable state of the demon tiger, his expression changed greatly. He hurriedly rushed up to take a look, but he saw a sharp sword qi directly piercing through the horizon, heading straight for his head. He was shocked. He had already been taught a lesson by his senior brother. At this time, he didn't feel that he had underestimated this person. He secretly wondered who this person was and when did such a powerful expert appear in the human clan. Previously, the human race also had a few old profound life realm experts. Although they did not go out to meet others, for people of his level, they were still able to see them. Therefore, he knew those profound life realm experts very well. He did not care about those old profound life realm experts. Even if they were still alive, they could not possibly be his match. Who could have imagined that this person would actually be so incredible, heavily injuring his senior as soon as he appeared? This was simply too shocking. Humph. Your Wang clan helped the evildoer and betrayed the human race. I was the one who uprooted you. If you want my life, then come. Those who betrayed the human race deserve to die. Right now, you can no longer distinguish right from wrong. You've long since fallen to the same level as them, and yet you still want to slaughter the human race of Mount Qi to the last. It seems to me that you've truly gone mad, deranged. An extremely cold voice came from the void, immediately causing Wang Chong's heart to freeze. After a moment of shock, his eyes turned bloodshot, and fury instantly surged from the soles of his feet to his head. "You're Yi Shiwen." He raised his head and saw that it was an azure-clothed youth, wielding a sword formed from sword chi. As he stood in the air, his face that could not be considered too handsome was currently filled with indifference. There was not a shred of pity in his eyes, only torrential killing intent. "Correct, I am Yi Shiwen." Yi Shiwen did not deny it. "Then go to hell for me." Wang Chong shouted, his eyes bloodshot, and like a mad tiger, he directly pounced in Yi Shiwen's direction to kill. Boom! Suddenly, the terrifying strength of a mysterious realm master was released. The boundless coercion crushed everything in its path and instantly materialized into a huge domain, which directly shrouded Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was directly shrouded in the domain, and suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. Every move was bound by the powerful power of the rules, and there was no way for him to move freely. "Today is the day you die." The next moment, Wang Chong had already pounced in front of Yi Shiwen. In this domain, he was a god, the only god in the world, and could dominate everything. "In my domain, no one can escape." A wide, long blade appeared in Wang Chong's hand, exuding a terrifying light. The blade light splashed in all directions and fiercely chopped down in Yi Shiwen's direction. The blade light was getting closer and closer, but Yi Shiwen did not seem to be able to move at all, and there was no reaction at all. Wang Chong's face revealed a somewhat sinister smile, as if he could see the scene of Yi Shiwen being chopped in half, and finally he had his revenge. However, at that critical moment, a loud roar resounded. Dang! The sound turned into a monstrous sound wave and swept in all directions. Everyone was shocked and quickly looked over, only to see that when the blade was 3 inches away from Yi Shiwen's head, it was stopped by a big hand, and they saw that Yi Shiwen's hand was exuding a golden light, and the blazing light was shining between the heaven and the earth. So strong, his body is so strong, he can easily receive this attack, and not even the slightest bit of difficulty. His body is comparable to a magic tool. Many people were suddenly shocked, although there was a record of Yi Shiwen receiving the long spear before, but after all, it was not as shocking as seeing Yi Shiwen receive this blade with their own eyes. How is this possible? Even Wang Chong, who was in a frenzy of anger, felt shocked. One could imagine the shock that Yi Shiwen gave them. It turns out that the old patriarch of the Wang family is only SOO. No wonder the Wang family wants to sell their clan for glory, and want to kill me if this is all you have. Then you are still far from it. Yi Shiwen's mouth flashed a somewhat disdainful smile. "You are courting death." Wang Chong was flustered and exasperated by Yi Shiwen. He instantly launched another attack. The long blade in his hand chopped down once again, and the blade light tore through the sky, leaving countless afterimages. Each blade was an afterimage, but each blade was real. It was difficult for an ordinary person to distinguish between real and fake, and they would be defeated by this set of blade techniques. However, in the face of this sky full of blade shadows, Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry, and directly grabbed the void in the sky, whether it was real blade shadows or fake blade shadows. All of them were instantly crushed by him, and disappeared in an instant. If it was not for the fact that the sky in the sky that was cut by the blade light had not yet recovered, everyone was afraid that their eyes were playing tricks on them, but in fact, nothing had happened at all. This Yi Shiwen is so strong. How can this be? This Wang Chong, he has already entered the profound life realm many years ago, and then directly entered the profound world. Why is his performance now not as powerful as Yi Shiwen? That's right, not only Wang Chong, but also his senior brother. Isn't he also not a match for Yi Shiwen? Fierce, too fierce. He has only cultivated for a total of a few years, but he is actually so terrifying. In the future, it is not impossible for him to become a king and prove his Tao in the face of the incomparably powerful Yi Shiwen. Although the onlookers were not that nervous, they still had 100 different feelings. Some people were shocked by Yi Shiwen's tyrannical strength. Some were happy, and some were unwilling and angry. He stood in the sky, straight like a spear, towering into the clouds. Yi Shiwen, who had unleashed his full combat power, could even be said to have reached the level of heaven and earth, compared to the usual combat power he could display. In the eyes of others, it was simply an inconceivable thing. "You are only SOO, then it's my turn," Yi Shiwen lightly shouted. In his eyes, Wang Chang's strength was not even comparable to Feng Yuan's, and was simply not a match for him. "I want to see what kind of background your Heaven Wasteland Palace has. You guys might as well come at me together. It is too much of a waste of time to fight one by one." "Arrogant," that cold woman shouted coldly. She seemed to be reprimanding Yi Shiwen for his arrogance. However, the speed of her attack wasn't slow at all. A long whip lashed out like a dragon. It swept across the void and smashed everything in its path. It directly lashed towards Yi Shiwen's head. Bang! A huge collision, sound like that of gold and iron colliding. The long whip was directly caught in Yi Shiwen's hand, unable to cause any harm to him at all. And at this moment, the middle-aged man's figure directly appeared behind Yi Shiwen. The injuries on his body had also almost recovered. Although it was not as fast as Yi Shiwen's Phoenix regeneration technique, after swallowing a secret medicine, he quickly recovered 70 to 80%. His long spear smashed everything. An endless spear radiance condensed in the void, countless spear principles in the void, constantly boiling, flashing, and in an instant pierced towards Yi Shiwen. After the attack, just now, how could they not understand that Yi Shiwen's strength was tyrannical, and perhaps none of them could deal with him alone? If they could not join forces, they were afraid that they would also be in danger. The spear radiance smashed the vast sky, as if in an instant, covering everything between the heavens and the earth, leaving only the roar of the spear radiance when it broke through the sky and the ear-piercing sound of piercing. Boom! A terrifying mushroom cloud seethed and grew bigger and bigger, covering everything in an instant. This strike contained the boundless laws of the spear Tao, directly crushing atoms and causing a nuclear explosion. Everyone opened their magic eyes one after another, and saw that Yi Shiwen was standing in the center of the nuclear explosion. His face was expressionless. His entire body was flickering with golden rays of light, and it was protecting him. He had also caught that terrifying spear light with one hand. Chapter 1792. Is this all you've got? Yi Shiwen sneered and attacked again. His big hand grabbed towards the void, and a sharp sword appeared. Endless golden light radiated from the sword as it slashed out, creating a huge crack in the space. Everyone was shocked by Yi Shiwen's sword. It was even more tyrannical than they had imagined. The sword light instantly tore out and slashed towards the middle-aged man. A huge armor appeared on the middle-aged man's body. It was a leather armor, but it was not an ordinary leather armor. It was made from the fur of an ancestor of their clan and had extraordinary power. Boom! The sword light directly slashed on the leather armor. The leather armor immediately began to burst with intense light, causing a violent rebound. However, the sword light was even sharper. The law of swordsmanship tore through everything. That endless light was torn apart by Yi Shiwen on the spot. Then, the sword light cut a huge crack on the leather armor. Poochie! Blood splattered out and formed a blood pillar in the void. It was a spectacular sight. After that, Yi Shiwen did not stop at all. The sword light once again scattered and slashed behind him. Wang Chang's long saber had already slashed towards Yi Shiwen's back. At this time he had no choice but to attack. He originally thought that his senior brother would be able to hold on for a long time. Who knew that he would be defeated by Yi Shiwen in just a moment? Such a scene was really terrifying. Clang! The saber and the sword collided and burst out with a violent roar. Just the aftermath of the collision between the two sides could send a king stage expert flying. Compared to a king stage expert, there was simply an earth-shattering change in the strength of a profound realm expert. The The fierce collision between the two sides was like a scene of doomsday. Everywhere was torn apart, and the space was opening and closing. It was extremely terrifying. At this time, the cold woman's long whip had already lashed over. It directly set off a boundless storm and directly blasted out a secret technique of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Yi Shiwen was fearless. He attacked ruthlessly with his other hand and blasted a punch towards that cold woman. Rumble! An incomparably loud roar was heard. Tiger devours the world. Suddenly, after an incomparably loud roar, a huge shadow descended from the sky, looking down on the world with disdain. This was a terrifying tiger demon. Although it was only a shadow, it had an invincible might. The middle-aged man activated the tiger god's bloodline and conjured a huge manhole cover. However, the phantom claw directly smashed down towards Yishuin. When everyone saw this scene, they were almost scared to death. They couldn't believe just what kind of terrifying existence they were looking at. That was the projection of a god's will, and it was stimulated by his own bloodline. At this time, who would dare to continue staying at the place where the two sides were fighting? Wouldn't that be courting death? What a joke! The battle between four profound realm experts was enough to create an extremely terrifying battlefield. It wouldn't be difficult for them to destroy an area with a radius of 10,000 miles. If there were no checks and balances, even the entire Mount Qi would be destroyed. Fortunately, after everyone returned to the range of the formation, they felt much more at ease. At the most critical moment, it was still the formation left by the ancestors that was the safest. That man actually has the bloodline of a god, and he can actually activate it to such an extent. It's really terrifying. Many people were extremely shocked. As one of the higher-ups of the human clan, their vision was naturally not bad. After all, the remote antiquity era used to be incomparably glorious. In fact, many people had the bloodline of a god, but in the end, only a few people could successfully activate it, let alone to such an extent, unless it was innately awakened, like Yi Shukong, who awakened 5 levels of the bloodline in one go. It was already extremely amazing. This phantom of the tiger god was invincible, and its huge claws pressed down, causing the void to completely collapse. This tiger god's momentum was endless, and its power was boundless. It was as if the king of all beasts had appeared all of a sudden and suppressed everything in the world. This was a real god. Now, even if only a trace of the bloodline had been activated, it was still terrifying. In the face of this terrifying existence in the eyes of everyone, Yi Shiwen's expression did not change. Observing person scripture was running in his body, and the tyrant body technique was boiling. A domineering and peerless aura filled the sky, as if a peerless overlord was fighting on the battlefield. Yi Shiwen's tyrant body technique was running nonstop, and the long sword in his hand directly dragged out a terrifying light, and then instantly slashed out and fiercely collided with the phantom of the tiger god. Boom! With an incomparably loud bang, the long sword fiercely slashed the claw. In an instant, endless light splashed out from both sides. The violent collision caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. In front of everyone, it was like dominoes, completely collapsing in an instant. Wallalala! The array of the entire Qi mountain area seemed to have suffered a terrible collision, and like a cloth in the wind, it was shaking, as if it would be broken at any time. Many people looked at this scene, and suddenly they were no longer as calm as before. Although they were very confident in the ancient array, and the ancient array had saved the human race countless times in the past, but now looking at the battle between Yi Shiwen and the tiger god, they suddenly did not have much confidence. Would the array formation really be able to withstand such a terrifying battle? This scene was really too terrifying, and one could almost see the chaos flowing down from the broken void. The battle between both sides seemed to have directly pierced through the sky. Countless astral winds were blowing fiercely on Yi Shiwen's face, as if his flesh was going to be scraped off from his face. His clothes were fluttering rapidly, and the terrible power was directly resolved by him into the void. The place where he was standing, the space had been completely shattered by this terrible power. The eyes of the spies of the major forces were staring straight at this scene. This Yi Shiwen was simply not ordinary fierce and tyrannical. He was actually able to fight head-on with the Tiger God's phantom without falling into a disadvantageous position. Moreover, there was no sign of stagnation at all. What Tiger God? It's just so. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly and waved the long sword in his hand. The laws entwined on the sword shook violently, annihilating everything, and directly bombarded the huge manhole cover. Boom! There was another huge roar, and the space had been annihilated into powder. Puff! The middle-aged man spurted out a mouthful of blood, and under the bombardment of such a terrible power, there was no way for him to completely withstand it. Although his strength had been increased with the help of the awakened Tiger God's bloodline, it seemed that no matter what kind of increase he got, he would be completely bombarded by Yi Shiwen. Dang, dang, dang! He took a few steps back, leaving behind huge footprints in the sky. Each footprint represented a piece of the void that had been trampled and collapsed. He only felt a terrible power in his chest, as if he was going to spit out a mouthful of blood at any time. This was a terrible power that could uproot a mountain, as if he was really the reincarnation of the legendary Overlord. As the middle-aged man retreated again and again, the shadow of the Tiger God also suddenly became a lot thinner. Compared to just now, it was naturally far inferior. At this time, Yi Shiwen's next wave of attack was almost like a shadow, directly bombarding the tiger deity. Above the sky, his big hand grabbed towards the void, and suddenly a long spear was formed in the void, integrated with countless divinities, with a monstrous divine radiance, and directly pierced towards the tiger deity's shadow. Boom! The shadow of the tiger god was directly penetrated by the long spear, and was fiercely nailed to the ground, unable to move. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. They couldn't believe it. They had also felt the power of the tiger deity's phantom. It was really tyrannical and terrifying. When it fought with Yi Shiwen, many of the matrix arrays in the entire Qi mountain area trembled crazily. One could imagine how terrifying it was. The middle-aged man's combat power also soared to the extreme because of the shadow of the tiger god. The shadow of the tiger god still wanted to struggle to get up. After all, it was not a corpse, so even if it was penetrated by the long spear, it was not fatal, and it could still struggle to get up. Want to make a comeback? Dream on! Yi Shiwen sneered and suddenly stomped his foot. Boom! Another burst of earth-shaking and mountain-shaking occurred. An entire virtual shadow directly hit the ground. It was kicked by Yi Shiwen, and its entire body began to disintegrate little by little. Then, with a loud bang, it completely disintegrated into powder. Puff! The middle-aged man directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body suddenly flew out. The shadow of the tiger god had been connected with him since he summoned it, and now it was directly smashed by Yi Shiwen. For him, it was also a heavy blow. His eyes looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. I used my trump card, but I am still not Yi Shiwen's opponent. How tyrannical is Yi Shiwen? However, his shock only lasted for a second, because in the next second, Yi Shiwen had already rushed in front of him, and the long sword in his hand directly carried a sky full of golden light and directly pierced into his lower abdomen. Puff! The golden long sword directly pierced through him, and blood bloomed like a flower. He could feel that the vitality in his body was flowing away at an alarming speed. My son is... Chapter 1793. What do you mean your son, your grandson? Yi Shiwen directly drew his sword. He did not look back and directly rushed towards Wang Chong because he knew that this middle-aged man was dead. You actually dared to kill him. Do you know who he is? Wang Chong looked at the middle-aged man who was stabbed to death by Yi Shiwen in shock. Could it be that he is the son of someone else? Yi Shiwen sneered disdainfully, but his hands did not slow down at all. The sword light directly tore through the vast sky. Its speed was extremely fast. Clang! 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 Yi Shiwen's sword and Wang Chang's long saber collided fiercely. The momentum was like a mountain. He wanted to get rid of all three of them in one go. There was no point in continuing to probe. No matter where they came from, these people could not be left alive today. From the moment Wang Chong said that he wanted to slaughter everyone in Mount Qi, there was no room for buffer. Even if he did not say so, Yi Shiwen was his target, so it could be said that there was no room for buffer between the two sides. He did not give Wang Chong any room at all. He directly slashed with his sword. Wang Chong did not even have time to say anything before he was beaten by Yi Shiwen again and again. Everyone was shocked. Yi Shiwen wants to kill all three of them here. Did he know what the Heaven Wasteland Palace meant? That was a profound realm expert. It wasn't easy for any expert to cultivate, but he was killed just like that. You are dead. You even dared to kill him. No one can save you now. The cold woman was about to go mad with anger. She shuddered at the thought of the terrible punishment she would face when she returned. She had lived for so many years and was used to seeing storms, but when she thought of that incident, she still felt a chill run down her spine. She coldly snorted and a powerful energy surged out from her body. Shortly after, a powerful talisman flew out. A terrifying pressure surged out from the talisman, crushing the heavens and shaking the primordial chaos. The talisman flew in the sky and blossomed with incomparable radiance. It looked like a second sun. What is that? Countless people from the human race cried out in surprise. They did not know what this talisman was. How could it be so powerful? There's a god's aura on it. Could it be a talisman left behind by God? This Heaven Wasteland Hall is really terrifying and has such a deep foundation. To think that an ordinary official disciple of the profound life stage would actually have such a defensive talisman. This is simply unimaginable. Yi Shiwen fixed his eyes on it and saw that this auxiliary road was engraved with countless great Tao principles. It was also flashing with the radiance of divinity. He couldn't be more familiar with this because he had too much divinity in his body. Countless laws and rules flickered on it, and a boundless might was emitted. At the initial stage, its might was boundless. When this pressure came crashing down, it caused the formation at the foot of Mount Qi to violently rebound and fluctuate violently. Many ancient magic tools were awakened under this pressure, as if they were going to compete with them. This is a talisman left behind by a deity. Its might is boundless, and I'm afraid it can even pierce through the sky. The Heaven Wasteland Hall has such a terrifying foundation. She's just an official disciple, but she actually has such a magic tool. Yi Shiwen was expressionless in the face of the pressure from this talisman. Above his head, the yin-yang life and death diagram emerged. Under the pressure of this talisman, his yin-yang life and death diagram had actually awakened all of a sudden. One could imagine how high the quality of this talisman was. Boom! The yin-yang life and death diagram launched an attack that could shatter the sky with lightning speed. It was as brilliant as a comet hitting the earth. A huge muffled sound seemed to shake the entire universe, setting off a terrifying sound wave. Countless martial artists who were watching the battle instantly felt a terrifying power boiling in their ears, causing them to temporarily lose their hearing. One could imagine how terrifying it was. The smoke and dust dispersed. Under such an attack, that cold woman actually didn't have the slightest bit of injury. She just looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and said, "Prepare to die. This is a talisman refined by God using his blood essence. You can't possibly be his opponent. You killed him, and now I want you to pay with your life." In the void, the talisman shone brilliantly. Countless divine rays hung down, looking exceptionally spectacular. Then, a terrifying divine ray directly swept out. It was fast and accurate, and fiercely bombarded Yi Shiwen. Boom! The sky within a radius of 100 miles was completely turned into nothingness. Even the chaos was evaporated. One could imagine how terrifying it looked. It was slowly recovering bit by bit. "Humph! I thought you were something amazing, but you can't even withstand a single blow." That cold woman hadn't finished speaking when she was horrified to see Yishuin walking out of the huge dark hole step by step. The yin-yang life and death diagram above his head was protecting him. This scene made everyone who saw it feel as if they had fainted from the effects of the drug. For them, such an attack was simply possible for a deity. Whether it was the attack of Yi Shiwen's yin-yang life and death diagram or the attack of the woman's talisman, it was extremely tyrannical for them. That is the yin-yang life and death diagram. Suddenly, someone recognized the yin-yang life and death diagram that was constantly hovering above Yi Shiwen. But then, there was a feeling of taking a deep breath. How could they not know the great name of the yin-yang life and death diagram? Back then, the Abyss Devil Lord snatched away most of it, but it also became famous because of it. Many people recalled that the yin-yang life and death diagram was once recorded in many ancient books. They were no longer unfamiliar with the yin-yang life and death diagram. Even many people knew that in order to suppress that small piece of the yin-yang life and death diagram, the Yi family actually gave their clan's treasure, the pseudo-Dao rune, to Yi Shiwen. That seal word made many people jealous. In the end, it fell into Yi Shiwen's hands and could only be used to suppress the yin-yang life and death diagram. In the eyes of many people, it could be described as casting pearls before swine. It was really too wasteful. But no one expected that, under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen actually refined the yin-yang life and death diagram. And judging from Yi Shiwen's situation, it was obvious that it was not as simple as refining it. Perhaps he went a step further and directly supplemented the power of yin and yang life and death. Even if the result of the repair was not as powerful as the original, it was enough to be regarded as a shocking existence for them. He's really going to become powerful. When he first obtained the fragment of the yin-yang diagram of life and death, I'm afraid that not many people would have thought that he would actually be able to use it one day. Moreover, he would be able to use it so well. Yeah, when Yi Shiwen just rose, he was just in the law, manifestation realm. He could not enter our eyes at all. But how long has it been? He has actually grown to a level that we can only look up to. I'm afraid such a person has the possibility of becoming a dragon in the future. Many people were extremely shocked, and many people secretly regretted that they had really misjudged Yi Shiwen. They did not expect Yi Shiwen to reach such a level. Otherwise, whether it was killing him, dealing with him in advance, or giving him a favor, it was far better than the current situation. Do you think this broken diagram can stop me? At this time, the cold woman snorted coldly. The talisman above her body began to spin violently, and a terrible coercion crushed down. Boom! At this time, the yin-yang life and death diagram above Yi Shiwen's head seemed to be severely provoked. It directly erupted with a monstrous coercion, blocking the divine power of the talisman. Everyone felt a sense of madness. This was a kind of peak combat power. The martial instruments and talismans held by both sides were far beyond their imagination. Although they certainly could not exert the most powerful strength, it was already enough for them. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate at all. He planned to attack. Countless spirit crystals were being madly burned while he was reviving the yin-yang life and death diagram. Then they were transformed into power. A large number of spirit crystals were being burned at every moment. He couldn't continue to delay like this. Go to hell! Wang Chang's furious voice came from behind Yi Shiwen. Taking advantage of Yi Shiwen's main energy being restrained by the talisman, he decided to make a move directly and put Yi Shiwen to death. Despicable! At this time, many people of the human race shouted angrily. Originally, it was already unfair for the three of them to fight against Yi Shiwen, and now they took advantage of Yi Shiwen's confrontation with the talisman. It was simply shameless. This Wang Chong has already completely lost the pride of our human race. However, at this critical moment, Yi Shiwen, who everyone thought was mostly restrained by the talisman, suddenly moved. With a turn, he directly stepped out of the sky full of golden brilliance and directly slashed his sword towards Wang Chong. Yi Shiwen, go to hell! At this time, Wang Chong's eyes were bloodshot, and he was already extremely angry. Although the sneak attack did not succeed and was discovered by Yi Shiwen, at this time he did not care so much. First, there was the revenge of the extermination of the Wang family, and then the death of this middle-aged man. For him, the deterrence of the latter was even more unforgettable. At this time, it could be said that enemies had met, and his eyes were exceptionally red. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill Yi Shiwen in one fell swoop. Even if Yi Shiwen reacted, he was not afraid at all. Yi Shiwen certainly could not be the same as before. But Yi Shiwen did not panic at all, and methodically slashed his sword towards Wang Chong. Bang! A loud roar sounded. Chapter 1794. Boom! With a loud sound, endless laws strangled together in midair, shattering everything. Both sides had already gone all out without holding anything back, so it was also extremely terrifying. The overflowing nomological laws were like sharp blades that cut open countless cracks in the void. Dang, dang, dang! Under Yi Shiwen's sword light, Wang Chong retreated several steps. He looked at Yi Shiwen with determination and full of killing intent, wishing to tear Yi Shiwen into pieces. At this time, Yi Shiwen's whole body was surrounded by golden light, like a golden god of war, terrifying to the extreme. The yin-yang life and death diagram above Yi Shiwen's had constantly blasted out the power of life and death, fiercely bombarding the talisman. This was the talisman of a deity in the past, and its power was infinite. Although this cold, middle-aged woman could not exert its full power, it was already terrifying enough. If Yi Shiwen did not have the yin-yang life and death diagram, perhaps he would not have the ability to resist at all. As a trump card, it was more than enough. The two sides fought all the way up to the sky in the void. They fought in the sky, and it looked like they were going to destroy the world. The void cracked and shattered, and chaos poured out. Just a little bit of energy that splashed out was enough to seriously injure an expert of the celestial realm. With a casual blast, the splashing divine light could destroy everything and sweep the world. Such a collision made everyone below gasp in amazement and dumbfounded. It was even more so for the human warriors. It was like ordinary people encountered a tornado. That feeling of powerlessness and fear. They could only watch the endless waves of air set off by the battle between the two sides, constantly loosening the ancient formation. They felt a kind of fear in their hearts. At this time, Yi Shiwen gradually shifted the battle to the sky. He didn't want the aftermath of the battle to damage Mount Qi. Although there were many ancient arrays in Mount Qi, they weren't present in all places. What's more, not all ancient formations were very powerful. Otherwise, they would not have been forced to this point by Wang Chong. Wang Chong himself was born in the upper echelons of the human race, so he was very clear about these things. He knew where the weakness was, so he dared to be so arrogant and say that he would sweep everything. If it was at the peak of the human race, even if he knew the weakness, it would be impossible to break through. With the ancient formations presided over by the old antiques, or the resurrection of some foundation, it was enough to resist the attacks of the strong. Even someone as strong as the abyssal demon Lord Back then couldn't break through the royal court. Even so, if it wasn't for the betrayal of the Wang family, the human race wouldn't have ended up like this. The foundation of the human race could be seen. But even so, they could do nothing to Yi Shiwen. Many old antiques of the older generation at this time were very emotional. This kid's momentum has already been formed, and I'm afraid no one can stop him. Since he started cultivating, he's been invincible all along the way. Could it be that he really possesses great karmic luck? How terrifying! He's already entered the profound realm at such a young age. I'm afraid he'll have a chance to prove his Tao in the future. Yeah, at this time, I don't find it strange that he's so powerful. Many people felt very emotional in their hearts. However, their mentality was completely different from before. If it was before, when the human race was still at its peak, then they might have been worried that Yi Shiwen would threaten their forces. But now, the human race had already become a declining race. So, there was nothing to worry about. At this time, the stronger Yi Shiwen was, the better it would be for the human race, which could be destroyed at any time. At this moment, Yi Shiwen was traversing through the void, advancing toward Wang Chong step by step. His 5 fingers were clenched into a fist, and his fist energy was like the universe itself. As he punched, a large portion of the sky collapsed. At this time, Yi Shiwen had unleashed his full fighting prowess. Many people's complexions changed as they saw this. Wang Chong, in particular, had an ashen complexion as he growled, "I don't believe that I can't kill you." He gnashed his teeth and was continuously forced back by Yi Shiwen's attacks. They were both at the initial profound life stage, and he had even stepped into the peak of the initial profound life stage. He was only a little bit away from stepping into the intermediate profound life stage. However, even so, he was still unable to retaliate against Yi Shiwen and was continuously beaten back. The aloof woman also had a look of shock on her face. This person was far too powerful. He was even able to resist her god's talisman. If not for the god's talisman restraining him, she did not even dare to imagine what would have happened. Being an expert at the profound life stage, he naturally had his own pride. In the past, no matter what kind of enemy he faced, he had never felt that it was so troublesome to deal with. This was especially the case when his opponent was of the same level as him, and not an expert that surpassed him by quite a few levels. This made him feel even more embarrassed. She simply could not imagine that an early profound life realm expert could give her such an enormous pressure. This was a terrifying existence that even the 3 of them working together might not be able to defeat. If she had not been hiding such a trump card, she would have been blasted to death on the spot. But at this time, although she wanted to help, she was entangled by the yin-yang diagram of life and death. The god's talisman was constantly emitting divine light that tore through the air, but the yin-yang diagram of life and death seemed to have been fiercely provoked and began to counterattack. Under Yi Shiwen's control, it was extremely powerful. The void turned to dust as the countless yin and yang energy of life and death collided with the divine light. No matter how powerful the divine light was, it was completely suppressed by the yin and yang energy of life and death. No matter what kind of existence it evolved into, it was completely suppressed. This is impossible. How can he fight on 2 fronts at the same time? What she couldn't believe the most was that Yi Shiwen was fighting with her while simultaneously forcing Wang Chong to retreat. It wasn't like she hadn't seen people doing 2 things at the same time, but that was in ordinary times. Who would dare to do 2 things at the same time in such an intense battle? Even the slightest ripple of emotion could lead to a complete defeat. What he did not know was that Yi Shiwen was already used to multitasking, and he also had the enlightened mind tree to suppress his mind at any time. Thus, he had no fear of cultivation deviation caused by multitasking. Bang! 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 The golden sword in Yi Shiwen's hand transformed into a massive sword that pressed down like a mountain. There was nothing fancy about it, only astonishing strength that suppressed everything. Wang Chong was forced back again and again by Yi Shiwen's attacks. The saber itself was the hegemon of all weapons. It was an unparalleled hegemon, and it was a martial Tao that focused on offense. But under Yi Shiwen's powerful attacks, it could not attack at all. On the contrary, it was forced back again and again, and its defense was full of loopholes. Plush! Wang Chong spat out another mouthful of blood. He did not know how much blood he had spat out today, but this time he felt that he had internal injuries, which were completely different from before. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and immediately turned around to escape. He did not care about anything else. His heart was already full of fear. Revenge? What bloodshed? At this time, it was more important than his life. One had already died, and he did not want to lose his life as well. Where do you think you are going? Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. In his hand, a long saber that exuded an extremely dangerous aura instantly appeared in his hand. He directly slashed out with the saber. Whoosh! The terrible saber light slashed a huge crack in the sky, and this crack chased after Wang Chong at an astonishing speed. Bang! With a loud sound, Wang Chong in the sky was slashed on the spot. His body exploded on the spot and turned into a cloud of blood mist. His strength was not bad, and he was extremely strong. If he had not been so focused on escaping, he would have been able to block this saber. But now, thousands of years of bitter cultivation had turned to nothing. At the same time, the aloof woman saw this scene and was scared out of her wits. Her will had been stolen by Yi Shiwen, and she did not dare to continue resisting. She controlled the talisman to tear a huge crack in the void and tried to escape. But she did not expect that Yi Shiwen had been paying attention to her all this time. Seeing that she was trying to escape, how could he let her do as she wished? He immediately controlled the yin-yang diagram of life and death to create an axe that exuded the aura of yin and yang, and then he slashed down from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the space passage in the torn space crack was smashed into pieces by the axe. It completely collapsed, and chaos poured out in torrents. The middle-aged woman felt a chill down her back. That axe just now had almost cut her in half. Although she had relied on the talisman of the gods to withstand the blow at the most critical moment, the talisman of the gods had dimmed and was not as dazzling as the sun just now. She was already scared out of her wits. What kind of person was this? She had already used all her trump cards and had the talisman of the gods, but she still could not take him down. He was not a human, but a monster. You want to leave? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself now? Yi Shiwen's big hand slid down from the void and transformed into a shocking cage. He wanted to grab the cold middle-aged woman and the divine talisman and crush them. You want the talisman? Don't even think about it. The woman screamed, and there was a somewhat fierce look on her face. Then a terrible power instantly swelled in her body. Boom! There was a loud sound, and a terrible shock wave instantly rose from the void, turning into a huge mushroom cloud. It crushed the atoms, and the aftermath of the explosion spread out in that instant. The heavens and the earth collapsed, and countless clouds were instantly destroyed. One could well imagine the power of a profound life stage expert protecting himself. In an instant, Yi Shiwen was enveloped within it. Chapter 1795. It was as if all that could be seen was the light that filled the sky. It was as dazzling as a small sun, covering everything that could be seen. Everyone held their breaths and focused their attention, appearing as if they had been scared stiff. Even a profound life stage expert would be seriously injured by the self-destruction of an initial profound life stage expert. In fact, there was even a possibility of death. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed, and the chaotic spiritual aura began to gradually calm down. Everyone could see that the golden light on Yi Shiwen's body began to fall off piece by piece, as if he was shedding his skin. It had been completely shattered by the terrifying self-destruction. Everyone was a little shocked. He's not dead yet. This Yi Shiwen is really tyrannical and terrifying. I'm afraid that in the entire ancient times, apart from the Abyss Demon Lord, there's really no one who can suppress him. Invincible, he's really invincible. I'm afraid that there's also hope for him to prove his Tao in the future. And in front of him, the god's talisman was also constantly flickering with dazzling light, trying to break free from Yi Shiwen's hand. Boom! Boom! Endless rumbling sounds rang out, and endless divine light burst out, tearing apart the vast sky, trying to escape. However, how could Yi Shiwen let him escape? Above his head, the seal, character constantly burst out with intense light, constantly suppressing the god's talisman. Although the talisman had dimmed a lot after colliding with the yin-yang life and death diagram, it was only a talisman after all. It was different from a proper magic tool, and it could not be maintained at its peak state. However, if it could be refined well, its power would still be very great. Who dares to covet my talisman? Suddenly, a loud roar came from the talisman, and a figure emerged from the talisman. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He wore a luxurious robe and looked incomparably rich, like a king who had descended to the world. Yi Shiwen frowned. This charm didn't belong to that cold-looking woman, but to someone else. This young man was somewhat similar to the middle-aged man who came with the Fish King. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. He then coldly snorted and said, "You're just a wisp of soul. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me?" As he spoke, he directly opened his hand, grabbed the youth, and crushed him on the spot. Although the youth's primordial spirit was also at the peak of the heaven realm, in front of Yi Shiwen, who had already stepped into the profound life realm, it was not a match at all. In just a moment, it was crushed. The resistance of this god's talisman slowly weakened as the primordial spirit was crushed by Yi Shiwen. Then it was completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen and absorbed into his body. Everyone in the human race was ecstatic to see that Yi Shiwen had finally won. After all, they had gotten rid of a big trouble. However, they were also very worried. After all, the Heaven Wasteland Palace wasn't an ordinary force. It was far more terrifying than what everyone had imagined. However, there was no point in worrying at this time. Moreover, they clearly understood that no matter what, these people had to be killed. Although the Heaven Desolate Hall might retaliate if they were not killed, they would still be slaughtered by Wang Chong. Would the revenge of the Heaven Wasteland Hall be more tragic than this? Therefore, even if they were worried, there was nothing they could say. With Yi Shiwen's return, the matter of the human race gaining another profound life realm expert immediately caused a stir in the ancient desolate era. The human race had gained another profound life realm expert. This was different from the previous king rank experts. If it was just a king rank expert, although they wouldn't casually attack the human race, it would be impossible for them to have a whole new level of respect for the human race. But now, with a profound life realm expert, it was no longer possible for them to attack the human race. Moreover, Yi Shiwen wasn't an ordinary profound life realm expert. Those three incomparably powerful profound life realm experts had actually been defeated by him without the slightest injury. This level of strength shook the surroundings. Even the old antiques felt their hearts tremble with fear. With Yi Shiwen's return and the start of the great battle with Wang Chong and the other two, many old antiques of the profound life realm in the ancient desolate era began to pay attention. The result of their attention made them tremble with fear. If it was any one of them, it would not be easy to deal with such a tyrannical expert. This made them lose all thoughts of competing with Yi Shiwen. Subsequently, as the king rank experts of the various factions returned from the ancient Phoenix realm, the news of Yi Shiwen's escape from the ancient Phoenix realm rapidly spread. Many people couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Yi Shiwen. What kind of existence was the ancient Phoenix realm? Its foundation was so deep that even the ancient desolate era didn't dare to offend it at its peak. Yet Yi Shiwen actually dared to go there and wreak havoc. Moreover, he had actually escaped unscathed. This news spread like the wind throughout the ancient desolate era. It made them realize that perhaps they had underestimated Yi Shiwen. No matter how much they originally valued Yi Shiwen, they had still underestimated Yi Shiwen. There was no doubt about it. In fact, they had still underestimated Yi Shiwen. Who would dare to underestimate the human race now? Just Yi Shiwen alone was enough to fight against several profound life realm experts. In fact, which race had a few profound life realm experts that Yi Shiwen had killed? Under such circumstances, although the territory of the human race had shrunk to an extreme extent, It had faintly regained the demeanor of an overlord in the past. Currently, the territory of the human race was only this small. It wasn't because they weren't strong enough. Instead, it was because they had yet to expel the demon race. Everyone could completely imagine that if the demon race could be expelled, then the strength of the human race could probably be restored to its previous level. Although it would still take time to restore the foundation of the past, there was nothing to worry about as long as Yi Shiwen was still overseeing the imperial court. Many people didn't dare to underestimate the heritage and future potential of the human race anymore. Many races that had already separated themselves from the vassals of the human race began to send their people to greet Yi Shiwen. However, it was obvious that they wanted to become subordinates of the human race. They were originally vassals of the human race, so they naturally wouldn't receive such good treatment if they went to become vassals of other races. They couldn't be compared to the trusted subordinates of other races. As for the demon world, it was even more impossible. The demon race only wanted land. As for humans, they didn't need it at all. Vassals could only demonize themselves in order to have a chance of survival. However, that would only be carried out when there was no other way. Right now, they hadn't reached that stage yet. In a short period of time, Yi Shiwen's reputation had risen. Faintly, he had already become the #1 person in the ancient desolate era. Although he had just stepped into the profound life realm not long ago, every battle could be said to be world-shocking. Whether it was causing havoc at the wedding of the ancient Phoenix realm or killing 3 profound life realm experts in a row, they had all accumulated enough popularity for him. Under the situation where many old ancestors of the profound life realm didn't appear, he had already faintly become the #1 person in the present age. With such a powerful profound life realm expert overseeing things, even if he directly clashed with other races, there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if he directly went on a campaign against the demon race, there was nothing to be afraid of. The only thing that they had to worry about was the Abyss Devil Lord. The tyrannical strength of the Abyss Devil Lord was still firmly imprinted in the minds of everyone. How had the human race imperial court been breached? The current strength of the human race couldn't be compared to the time when the imperial court had existed. However, even so, the news of Yi Shiwen stepping into the profound life realm still made the eyes of many experts of the human race brim with tears. Finally, after such a long time, they once again had a profound realm expert overseeing things. It was as if they had once again found their backbone. Even those royal families who used to be extremely arrogant in the past had no choice but to lower their proud heads in front of Yi Shiwen at this time. Originally, when Yi Shiwen had just stepped into the King Division, even though he had a record of killing many King Division experts, he still wasn't able to make them submit. This was because they had their own methods. If they used their trump cards, they could also kill King Division experts. This was also the reason why they could still defend Mount Qi, even though they were in an extremely dire state. At the same time, when the news of Yi Shiwen stepping into the profound life realm spread, the Sea Race also announced another piece of news. That was that Hai Wuya had also stepped into the profound life realm, becoming a figure on the level of an unparalleled old ancestor. Such a tyrannical existence was rare even in the Sea Race. Many members of the Sea Race clamored that their Hai Wuya could completely fight against Yi Shiwen and even emerge victorious. He was a true son of a god and possessed the bloodline of a god. His nobility was unparalleled. What did Yi Shiwen count for? How could he be compared to the son of the sea god? In a short period of time, Hai Wuya's reputation also rose, and he could faintly be mentioned in the same breath as Yi Shiwen. After all, compared to the human race, whose vitality had been greatly damaged, the vitality of the Sea Race had not suffered a heavy blow. Therefore, the weight of his words was naturally not ordinary. If it wasn't for the fact that Hai Wuya did not have sufficient battle achievements to speak for himself, it was likely that many people would have already instilled the title of #1 in the continent onto Hai Wuya's head. Even so, in the eyes of many, Yi Shiwen and Hai Wuya were still the 2 peerless geniuses of the younger generation. They had only cultivated for a few hundred years, yet they were already able to step into the profound life realm. This speed of advancement was truly frightening. Moreover, Haiwia had only cultivated for a few dozen years, which was much shorter than Yishiwen. In the eyes of many, his potential was even more abundant. In a short few dozen years, he had already stepped into the profound life realm. Just how shocking was this? In the face of such progress, even Yishiwen's brilliance seemed to be challenged. In the face of such a major event like Yi Shiwen stepping into the profound life realm, the entire human race spread the news and held a huge banquet. The experts of the various races also sent people to congratulate him. Chapter 1796. In the face of Yi Shiwen, who had forcefully advanced to the profound life stage, many races in the continent had sent envoys, and even the leaders of many forces had personally come. In the face of a profound life stage expert, even a King Division expert had no choice but to lower his head and express his submission. They could disdain Yi Shiwen, who was also a King Division expert, but they could not ignore Yi Shiwen, who had already stepped into the profound life stage. He was a great person who could erupt with powerful battle strength at any time. Profound life stage. The human race had finally produced another profound life stage expert. Even during peaceful times, the emergence of a profound life stage expert was a major event for the entire human race. It was not an exaggeration to say that the entire world was celebrating. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's appearance could be said to have saved the human race at such a critical moment. He had firmly pulled the human race back from the bottomless abyss. For the current human race, although Yi Shiwen's achievements could not be compared to the four kings from back then, it could still be said to be rare. The little conflict from back then was no longer important. Compared to the celebration among the human race, many people from the other races were half happy and half worried. With such a powerful, profound life stage expert, it could be said to be good news for the resistance against the demon race army. However, it might not be good news for the post-war order, especially since many people wholeheartedly wanted to weaken the human race. They did not want the human race to rise again. Now that they saw Yi Shiwen's strength, they could not help but feel a headache. Yi Shiwen did not refuse any of the congratulations from the experts of the various races. Moreover, he exempted the experts from the various races. In the face of the strength of a profound life stage expert, even the King Division experts could only lower their heads, let alone the ordinary martial artists. They were simply not on the same level as him. Yi Shiwen was sitting in the main hall of the Yi clan. Although Yi Fan was the current patriarch of the Yi clan, everyone knew that Yi Shiwen was the strongest person in the Yi clan. Although he didn't care about the clan's affairs, no one dared to ignore his thoughts and opinions. Yi Shiwen had just finished paying his respects to his master, Yi Jintian. Yi Jintian had also perished in the battle of the imperial court. Many experts of the law enforcement hall had also perished. It could be said that their vitality had been greatly damaged. However, the Yi clan was in a state of mourning, so it wasn't too prominent. Apart from Yi Jintian, Yi Zhanemo, Yi Tianqiong, and a bunch of other experts had all died in the royal court. It could be said that, apart from a few hidden old antiques of the Yi clan, a group of people who were in the prime of their lives had almost all died. Because of this, many of the younger generation's experts were now in the upper echelons of the Yi clan. Aside from Yi Fan, Yi Qiong and Yi Kuang were also in high positions. Yi Kuang was currently guarding the demon suppression city, resisting the demon clan's counterattack. In the past, Yi Shiwen and his peers were regarded as juniors, but now they had become the mainstays of the Yi clan. Speaking of which, compared to Yi Fan, Yi Shiwen felt that Yi Tianqiong or Yi Kuang were more suitable to be the Yi clan's clan master. They were more scheming and more skillful. In addition, whether it was Yi Tianqiong or Yi Zhanemo, they had left rich inheritances for them. They had left behind huge forces that could help them rise to the top. However, In such a critical situation, the Yi clan really needed a king-level expert to hold the line. The human clan also needed a king-level expert to lead them. Under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen should have been the most suitable candidate. However, he was unwilling, so Yi Fan became the only choice. This was the choice of the era and everyone. Yi Shiwen could choose to refuse, but Yi Fan had no way to refuse. During this period of time, Yi Shiwen had basically been consolidating his profound life realm initial stage. After the demon's seed broke, he had perfectly absorbed the martial power that he had hidden for many years. This was originally his martial power, so it could be said that there was no hindrance in absorbing it. There was no problem at all. In addition, he had swallowed countless medicinal pellets, which allowed him to quickly step into the profound life realm initial stage. This saved others hundreds of years of bitter cultivation, or even longer. If others saw him swallowing medicinal pellets, they would definitely curse him for being a wastrel. This was really too wasteful. However, to him, what he lacked now was time, resources, and what not weren't that important to him. Others might not know, but he knew very well that he was fighting for time with the Abyss Demon Master. He dared to become strong enough before the Abyss Demon Master proved his Tao. As long as he could achieve this goal, he was willing to waste any amount of resources. Apart from consolidating his realm, the most he was doing now was to guide Yi Qiong and Yi Kuang in their cultivation. Although Yi Shiwen had just stepped into the profound life realm, it was more than enough to guide them to step into the king level. Right now, the Yi family needed king-level masters to hold down the fort. The human race also needed more king-level masters to hold down the fort. Just relying on Yi Shiwen or Yi Fan was far from enough. Only more king-level masters could make the human race prosper again. Not only Yi family's Yi Kuang, Yi Qiong, and the others, but even the outstanding talents of the other royal families and marquis families came to listen to Yi Shiwen's teachings. Their strength had improved a lot. Many of these people were stuck at the doorstep of the celestial realm. If they wanted to step into the king rank, what they lacked was this final step. And Yi Shiwen was the one who gave them the inspiration to take that final step. As for whether or not he would nurture more opponents, Yi Shiwen did not care. As long as he was alive, even if these people stepped into the king level, they would not be able to pose a threat to the Yi family. Moreover, the current human race also needed more king-level masters to hold down the fort. If it was possible, he even hoped that more king-level masters would appear. The prosperity of a race could not rely on just one person. Even King Taitsong couldn't make a single person prosper an entire race. Moreover, King Taitsong didn't exist at all. It could be kept a secret for now, but as time passed, this secret would be exposed sooner or later. By that time, if the human race was strong enough, all problems wouldn't be a problem at all. Even without King Taitsong, they would still be able to control the situation. Yi Shiwen. Yi Fan strode into the palace and glanced at Yi Shiwen, who was resting with his eyes closed. "What's wrong?" Yi Shiwen opened his eyes and asked. Although he had already stepped into the profound life realm, to the outside world, he was practically the totem of the human race. However, to those close to him, Yi Shiwen did not change much. When they interacted with each other, there was still no change. Just now, Hai Wuya sent someone to deliver an invitation. In order to celebrate his stepping into the profound life realm, he invited all the heroes of the world. He clearly wants to challenge you. Yi Fan sat next to Yi Shiwen and asked with a frown, "You just held a huge banquet some time ago, and now he wants to hold the same one. He clearly wants to challenge you." Yi Shiwen's nature was rather carefree, and he was not a scheming person. However, after sitting in the position of patriarch for a period of time, he was able to see through many things. It was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It's fine. He has stepped into the profound life realm. In the ancient times, he is a figure of the same generation as the ancestors. It is indeed worth celebrating. The corners of Yi Shiwen's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a smile, "Moreover, don't people say that he and I are a pair of peerless geniuses? Since I have done it, there is no reason why he can't do it." With his current strength and status, he naturally did not need to care about such things. Ever since he had ascended to the profound life realm, his way of thinking was completely different from before. Although Haiwia was still a strong opponent, originally, Yi Shiwen was more concerned about his background and the powerful experts behind him. However, now that he had stepped into the profound life realm, all these problems no longer existed. "Then are we going?" Yi Fan looked at Yi Shiwen and asked, "Go. When the time comes, you will represent me, the Yi clan, and the human race. Now, they will not dare to make things difficult for you." Yi Shiwen said. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Currently, there are still too few king-grade experts in the human race. If he did not send king-grade experts, he would not be able to suppress the situation and weaken the prestige of his clan. At this height, the way he considered problems was naturally different from before. Although he was a little bluff, with the current situation of the human race, it was difficult not to bluff. "Are you not going?" Yi Fan asked. "If I go now, I'll really have to challenge him face to face," Yi Shiwen said with a smile. This was Hai Wuya's celebratory banquet. If he went, it would undoubtedly be a slap in the face. This was the same as when Hai Wuya did not come when he held a big banquet. "Although I am not afraid of him, there is no need. Now, the most important thing is to expel the devil race. Other problems are secondary, although there are some small problems between me and him. If it is not necessary, we should not make it big. It will affect the great cause of expelling the devil race." Yi Shiwen sighed in his heart. The situation of the human race was so difficult. Even if the devil race was expelled, there was still a long way to go to restore the original territory, eliminate the demonization, and train the future generations. In the past, he could ignore it. However, now that he had stood in his current position, how could he ignore it? "However, he has tried to kill me several times. It is impossible for me to swallow this. Isn't he holding a celebratory banquet? Then I will give him a big gift." Yi Shiwen's mouth curled into a mysterious smile. Chapter 1797. For the Ancient Desolate. Two members of the younger generation advancing to the profound life realm was undoubtedly a major event. Moreover, the two powerhouses held banquets one after another, as if they were celebrating together. Although they were still facing the invasion of the demon race, there was a faint sense of vitality. Although they were constantly being defeated by the demon race, the younger generation of the Ancient Desolate was still growing vigorously. Apart from Yi Shiwen and Hai Wuya, the others could not be considered to be able to shoulder the burden alone. However, for them, they could already see that the Ancient Desolate's destiny had not ended yet. The younger generation was still growing continuously, supporting the entire Ancient Desolate. As a result, it gave off a feeling of vitality to the others, especially Hai Wuya's banquet. Unlike Yi Shiwen, who was born in the declining human race, Hai Wuya was born in the sea race, which was currently at the peak of its power. Naturally, the attention given to him was completely different. This banquet had already become the focus of everyone's attention. Even the higher-ups of the demon race were eager to make a move. They planned to capture all the higher-ups of the Ancient Desolate in one fell swoop. However, because the Abyss Demon Master was currently in closed-door training, and the others did not have the ability to break into the sea race's encampment, if they forcefully attacked, it would only increase the number of casualties. Although the higher-ups of the demon race were ruthless and did not care about the casualties of the lower-level demon race, they did not want to do such a useless thing. However, at this time, when everyone's attention was attracted by Hai Wuya and the sea race, Yi Shiwen made a move and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yi Shiwen had the yin-yang life and death diagram above his head and the Taitsong seal in his hand. He directly arrived at a forbidden area. This was originally a forbidden area in the human race's territory. Since it could not be destroyed during the human race's glorious era, it was classified as a forbidden area. Naturally, there were extraordinary existences in this forbidden area, methods that could contend against the human race. Yi Shiwen's arrival quickly attracted everyone's attention. What was he trying to do? Everyone was a little puzzled. Why did he come to this forbidden area? Could it be that he wanted to destroy this forbidden area? Thinking of this, many people felt a little anxious. There were many such forbidden areas in the territories of the major races. Many of them were ferocious creatures that had survived since ancient times. Even in the heyday of the human race, before the imperial court was breached, the human race did not dare to do anything to them. After all, it was easy to wipe out one forbidden zone, but the subsequent collective backlash from the other forbidden zones was a disaster that the human race could not withstand. These ancient beasts had lived since ancient times. Some of them had even watched King Tai Tsong rise to glory from a young brat to an old antique who had gone missing. It was unknown what methods they had used to survive. These forbidden zones were also divided into first, second, and third class. Although this forbidden zone was merely the lowest class, the third class, there were profound life stage experts guarding this place. This was something that the upper echelons of the various clans were well aware of. If they did not have a profound life stage expert to oversee them, how could they be independent from the various clans and form their own entity? Is he crazy? If he had entered the imperial court during the human race's glorious period, there might have been hope to wipe out a few forbidden zones. However, the human race has declined to such an extent now. What is he doing? Does he want to provoke the ancient beasts of the forbidden zone besides the devil race? That's a place that even the devil race doesn't dare to attack easily. This forbidden zone used to be in the hinterland of the human race. However, it had fallen into the hands of the devil race. However, the tyrannical devil race had not attacked and wiped out this forbidden zone. One could well imagine that even the devil race was very afraid of these ancient beasts. They had no intention of starting a collective war with these forbidden zones that had spread all over the continent before they had conquered the entire continent. Many people did not understand what Yi Shiwen was trying to do. One must know that there were many ferocious creatures guarding these forbidden zones. They had been the rulers of the ancient times during the long barbaric era. Some people said that many of them were the wild beasts of the barbaric era. They were the true aborigines of the ancient times. Their cultivation system was also different from that of the various clans. These ferocious creatures had been passed down to this day. They had experienced the mythological era and the era of the kings. They were still alive and well. Who would believe that they did not have any trump cards? Even the gods and the kings couldn't kill them. They could only drive them into the forbidden zone and sign a contract with them so that they could not come out and cause trouble. Human, what are you trying to do? Yi Shiwen had just arrived outside this third-class restricted area when suddenly a majestic voice came from inside the restricted area. This was a boundless and vast swamp, just like a huge sea surface. It was very wide, and this was a restricted area. Usually, poisonous creatures were lingering around here, and ordinary people simply couldn't even get close to it. Senior from the Forbidden Zone, Yi Shiwen of the human race has come to pay a special visit. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said. However, he only cupped his hands and nothing more. With his current status, he did not need to bow and scrape to anyone. Visit? Do you look like you're here to pay a visit with the Tai Tsong seal? We don't welcome the human race here. If you don't have anything to say, then get lost. Don't think that you can do whatever you want after entering the profound life realm. The strongest person in the continent. You're too arrogant. That deep and resounding voice said disdainfully. It was obvious that he was quite disdainful of Yi Shiwen's title as the strongest person in the continent. These old monsters had cultivated for many years. Their cultivation had almost stagnated because of those secret techniques. However, the martial power they had accumulated over the years was enough to show disdain for juniors like Yi Shiwen. They had lived for many years. They had seen many outstanding people. This title is also an undeserved praise from others. I don't deserve it. Yi Shiwen did not get angry. He just smiled and said. The others were somewhat confused. Some people had thought that he was planning to flatten this forbidden zone. However, it seemed that Yi Shiwen was still relatively friendly. It didn't seem like both sides were planning to start a big fight because of a disagreement. However, the Taitsong seal did not seem like a friendly visit. They quickly realized that this was not an ordinary place. This was a forbidden zone that had stood in the hinterland of the human race for countless years. No one knew what kind of ferocious creatures were inside. Who wouldn't be afraid? Even profound life realm experts would rarely come into this place. It was natural for them to carry the Taitsong seal to protect themselves. However, many people were still cursing in their hearts. King Taitsong was too nice to his last disciple. He even let him use the Taitsong seal. Although King Taitsong had more than one power item, there was no doubt that the Taitsong seal was the most powerful and famous power item. It was said that King Taitsong was being restrained by tyrannical experts in the outer domain. Therefore, he had no way to return to help the human race. However, he had not taken the Taitsong seal even under such circumstances. One could imagine how much he valued this disciple of his. However, the Taitsong seal was in Yi Shiwen's hands. This was indeed a great deterrent. However, Yi Shiwen naturally wouldn't come here without a reason. There's a matter that I would like to discuss with all of you, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. He looked so harmless. Speak quickly. We don't have the time to talk with you. The deep voice continued. It's like this. Some time ago, when our human race fell under the vanguard of the devil race, hundreds of millions of humans were taken in by your side. I wonder if you can return them now. Yi Shiwen had a smile on his face. However, his tone was somewhat forceful. No one had expected that the imperial court would fall. Therefore, the speed of the human race's defeat was astonishing. Many places had collapsed before they could even stop to set up a defensive line. Under such circumstances, the various forces could only protect themselves. How could they care about the ordinary people? Therefore, many ordinary people suffered. They either fell into the hands of the devil race and turned into devils. Then, they were snatched by other races. They were either used as food or slaves. It could be said that it was a tragic sight to see. Families were separated, and the country was destroyed. Among them, the major forbidden areas had also taken action. They had plundered a large number of humans into the forbidden areas. If it was during normal times, the human race would naturally not tolerate such a situation. However, it was already good enough for the current human race to have the ability to protect themselves. Moreover, it was impossible for them to care about these things. Therefore, although the various races knew about this matter, no one really took this matter to heart. Yi Shiwen said it politely. Taken? Perhaps many of them had been turned into food and devoured by these ancient beasts. It was just that no one had expected that Yi Shiwen's attack on the forbidden area this time was actually to rescue these ordinary people. This made them somewhat unable to understand. In their opinion, the elites of the human race were undoubtedly those in the Qi mountain area. As long as those people were still there, then there was hope for the human race to revive. As for the ordinary people, not only could they not be of help at this time, but they would also become a burden. Was it worth it to fall out with a forbidden area for those ordinary people who were like ants? Even if it was just an ordinary third-class forbidden area, there would be more than one profound life realm master in it. It was not a good thing for the human race to provoke such an opponent. Moreover, those forbidden areas had survived all these years. It could be said that even if the lotus root was broken, the thread was still connected. If one of them was beaten, it might cause all of them to bite out like mad dogs. This was also the fundamental reason why the various races had allowed them to exist all these years. What? Human race boy, do you know who you are talking to? How dare you be so casual? The deep voice suddenly rose to a high pitch and said angrily, In that case, I will be straightforward. Are you going to hand over the people or not? Give me a straightforward answer. If you don't call for help, then don't blame me for personally coming to ask for them." Yi Shiwen immediately restrained his smile and said in a cold voice, "Arrogant, who do you think you are?" Chapter 1798. Arrogant, who do you think you are? The deep voice didn't seem to care about Yi Shiwen at all. There was a hint of disdain in its tone. In the eyes of many people in the ancient barrens, Yi Shiwen was the #1 expert in the ancient barrens. However, in the eyes of these people, the #1 expert in the ancient barrens, it was still far from that. Some of the ferocious beasts that slept in the forbidden area all year round were terrifyingly powerful. However, they didn't often take action. Once they took action, even Yi Shiwen was nothing. Experts in the profound life realm had already crossed the threshold of immortality. This wasn't just a saying. Every expert in the profound life realm was extremely tyrannical. Even the tyrannical clans of the third-class forbidden area wouldn't be able to destroy it easily. Yi Shiwen didn't say anything. He just took a step forward. Boom! The moment he stepped into the forbidden area, the ancient formations in the entire forbidden area were suddenly activated. They began to crush towards Yi Shiwen. Countless divine rays attacked from the sky. The yin-yang life and death diagram above Yi Shiwen's head automatically began to erupt with the power of yin-yang life and death. The divine rays and the black and white life and death chi fiercely collided. In the sky, it was like a huge firework. However, unlike the firework, this series of terrifying collisions in the void fiercely shook the world. Following the fierce battle, more and more ancient formations were alarmed and activated. This was an extremely high-level collision. Yi Shiwen walked step by step towards the depths of the forbidden area. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to enter the forbidden area. However, it was as easy as stepping on flat ground for him. The golden waves under his feet crushed everything. He held the Tai Tsang seal in his hand and suppressed the heavens. Amazing light erupted from the Tai Tsang seal and crushed everything. The ancient formations that had been activated were instantly crushed by the power of the Tai Tsang seal. Unparalleled power. It's said that no one has dared to enter the forbidden area since ancient times. I don't believe it. Yi Shiwen said coldly, "It's fine if you hand over the people of the human race today. But if you don't, do you think you can let this matter rest?" Arrogant, a cold and ruthless voice came from the depths of the swamp, and a pair of ice-cold, beast-like eyes stared at Yi Shiwen, as if it wanted to tear him apart. Although they were separated by a great distance, Yi Shiwen still noticed that both sides were separated by thousands of miles. "Human, it's still not too late if you leave now," that cold and emotionless voice said. There was a hint of anger in that deep and resounding voice. "What if it's too late? What can you do to me?" Yi Shiwen said bluntly. He walked all the way into the swamp. These swamps were also extraordinary. They were constantly bubbling, and there were countless poisonous creatures hibernating inside. He was well aware that there was no lack of powerful celestial realm poisonous creatures hibernating inside. Moreover, their numbers were very high. It was no wonder that even with the glory of the human race in the past, they were still unable to flatten these restricted areas. These restricted areas indeed had their own abilities. How dare you? The existence in the depths of the swamp was finally enraged by Yi Shiwen. Boom! Bang! A loud rumbling sound came from the entire swamp, followed by an astonishing explosion. Countless poisonous mud from the swamp turned into waves that blotted out the sky and rushed towards Yi Shiwen's direction to kill him. Yi Shiwen didn't care. He grabbed the poisonous mud with his big hand and crushed it into powder. "Coward, come out if you have the ability!" Yi Shiwen shouted and directly attacked. His big hand turned into a huge handprint in the sky and fiercely pressed down towards the depths of the swamp. Boom! There was a huge roar, and a big hole was blasted out of the entire swamp. "Are you really going to fight with us?" That deep and cold voice said with a bit of anger, "Since you have already made your move, there is no need to say more." Yi Shiwen said with a slight smile, "I found you." After saying that, Yi Shiwen directly attacked. His big hand directly blasted into the poisonous mud. This poisonous mud that could pierce through the sky was nothing in his hand. It was completely unable to break through the defense of his golden divinity. Bang! There was a loud noise, like the sound of metal colliding. Yi Shiwen's big hand seemed to have caught something. Then he heard a loud roar of a beast, and then a huge beast claw directly fell from the sky and directly grabbed Yi Shiwen's head. It is really a beast. It is said that there are many wild beasts in the Forbidden Area, but I have never seen these ancient species. Let me see how powerful ancient species are. Yi Shiwen's face showed a bit of an excited expression. He was still very interested in these wild beasts that once ruled the ancient wilderness, especially their self-contained cultivation system. It should be a big reference for Yi Shiwen's martial arts. Bang! Yi Shiwen directly smashed the beast claw with a slap, and his face became even more excited. "Human, you are too arrogant." Even King Taitsong did not dare to be so arrogant in front of him. At this time, the cold voice said again, "That is because King Taitsong is too lazy to deal with you. Otherwise, do you think that you are worthy of being his opponent? King Taitsong once said that you all survived the ancient wilderness. It is not easy for you to survive, and the wild beast bloodline should not be cut off. That is why he did not kill you all. Otherwise, do you think that you can still survive until now?" Yi Shiwen said with a sneer, "If you all had remained quiet and not caused any trouble, then it wouldn't have mattered even if I had allowed you all to live. However, you all have courted death by attacking the human race. Did you think that it was so easy to take advantage of the human race?" Yi Shiwen could not help but sneer and said, "Today, if you obediently hand over the person, then I will let it go. If not, then don't blame me for turning your place upside down, killing all your descendants, and exterminating your bloodline." What a big tone, what a cruel heart. The deep voice said angrily, "No matter how cruel I am, I can't be compared to you. Hundreds of millions of people were actually taken away by you. Many of them must have been swallowed by you and your descendants. I did not want to argue with you, so I asked you to hand over the remaining people while I was still talking. Unfortunately, you are stubborn. It seems that your luck is also going to end soon." Yi Shiwen said indifferently, "Does this Yi Shiwen really want to flatten this forbidden area?" Many people were shocked. The existence in the forbidden area was undoubtedly the most tyrannical group of people in the current ancient wilderness. Even if it was only a third-class forbidden area, it was still the same. How could ordinary people dare to provoke the ancient monsters in the forbidden area? It seems that there is no way to avoid it. Yi Shiwen will absolutely not swallow this anger. Many people were worried. In the past, this forbidden area was not the only one that had attacked the human race. Many forbidden areas had participated in it. Various major races had also participated in it. The sea race had even slaughtered the orthodoxies of the human race in the Endless Sea region. Until now, no one could be seen in the Endless Sea region. It could be seen that the Endless Sea region had suffered in the past. With these previous records, how could everyone not be worried? Yi Shiwen had become famous at a young age. Naturally, he was proud and arrogant. However, he had only cultivated for a few hundred years. He was not even 1,000 years old. Compared to a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, he could only be regarded as a teenager. Such a person was the most helpless because many people were irrational. Many people were a little relieved because Yi Shiwen had said that he would not pursue the past. But now, many people suddenly became nervous. In particular, in addition to the 3 major races, some second-class races had also participated in it. They did not have the same unyielding confidence as the three major races. If Yi Shiwen killed his way into their ancestral land, they could only die. Wasn't even the royal family eradicated by Yi Shiwen? At this time, many people remembered that Yi Shiwen had only said that he would not pursue what people had done in the past. However, this did not mean that he would not pursue those humans who had been captured by them. For the current human race, one more person meant one more power. These ordinary people didn't seem very eye-catching, but it was precisely these people who held up the backbone of the entire human race. They were also the true foundation of the human race. Only when these ordinary people were still alive could the human race continue to produce geniuses. Only then could the human race have the hope of revival in the future. From the looks of it, Yi Shiwen would definitely not let this matter go. He was planning to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Everyone thought that Yi Shiwen was probably killing the chicken to warn the monkey. This third-class restricted area was the chicken, and they were the monkey. However, regardless of whether they were willing to admit it or not, they were still shocked by Yi Shiwen's actions. The three major races couldn't help but consider whether they should release those humans or not. After all, it wasn't worthwhile to confront Yi Shiwen at this time. After all, no one could remain calm in the face of such a powerful expert. As for the ordinary second-class races, how could they dare to wait any longer at this moment? They hastily gave the order to release the prisoners. They were unable to even block an ordinary profound life-stage expert, let alone an extremely powerful figure like Yi Shiwen. Everyone was watching. Destroying one forbidden land didn't count for much. The key was whether the other forbidden lands would collectively counterattack. If they did, then even the human race wouldn't be able to withstand it. If they didn't, then the following situation would be advantageous to the human race. And everything depended on Yi Shiwen's next action. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Would it be able to scare the monkey? "I think you are really crazy," the deep voice said somewhat angrily. Boom! There was a huge explosion, followed by a huge figure jumping out of the swamp. Chapter 1799. Yi Shiwen finally saw it clearly. It was a huge, desolate beast. Its entire body was the size of a mountain range. It was hibernating in the depths of the swamp. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't even move in order to prolong its lifespan. But today, Yi Shiwen had already forced it into a dead end. It had no choice but to jump out. This was a huge, desolate crocodile. Its body was incomparably huge, and its entire body was covered in black scales. If it hid in the swamp, it would be impossible to distinguish its color. And at this time, Yi Shiwen finally used his full strength. Facing such a desolate beast that had survived since ancient times, his blood began to boil. This was something he hadn't felt when fighting against Wang Chong and the others. When facing a tyrannical opponent, his blood and qi would automatically be attracted to his opponent's ominous aura. This terrifying, desolate crocodile roared in the sky. Its tail, which was like a small mountain range, slashed down horizontally. The sky was split into two halves and turned into powder. It directly swung towards Yi Shiwen. Boom! This tail fiercely collided with Yi Shiwen's fist. A fierce collision occurred and the void exploded. Divine light splashed out, forming a terrible space storm. Yi Shiwen didn't move, and this desolate crocodile didn't move in the slightest. Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed with astonishment. It should be known that with the current strength of his body, he could even fight against the Dragon Clan. But this desolate crocodile didn't fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. In other words, this desolate crocodile's body was probably comparable to the Dragon Clan. It was worthy of being called a desolate beast that had ruled over ancient times for countless years. It was truly terrifying. Ordinary, profound life, realm primary stage cultivators wouldn't be a match for this desolate crocodile. They would be swung to death on the spot by its tail without any strength to fight back. At this time, Yi Shiwen seemed to understand why the imperial courts of the past could only look on helplessly as these forbidden areas were like a fishbone stuck in their throats. but didn't take action to eradicate them. Even if they occasionally took action, it was only because some of them had gone too far, and only then would they eradicate them. They wouldn't take action to deal with all of them. It was because the price to pay to eradicate them was too high. However, this desolate crocodile attacked again while Yi Shiwen was still in a daze. This time, its incomparably huge front claw directly fell down, shattering the world. Countless laws directly flashed, turning into a divine light that directly bombarded towards Yi Shiwen. It was tyrannical and terrifying. Yi Shiwen's entire body emitted a golden divinity. His entire body shone with golden light, making him look like a golden god of war. He was not the slightest bit afraid as he directly attacked that incomparably huge beast claw. Bang! Another fierce collision occurred. Yi Shiwen's entire body wasn't even as big as the front claw of the desolate crocodile, but his strength was extraordinarily powerful. A casual attack from him seemed to be able to completely collapse the entire universe. Both sides' attainments in the physical body could be said to have reached the pinnacle. One side had acquired the tyrant body through cultivation, while the other side had an innate bloodline that was incomparably tyrannical. Both sides had no reason to retreat. At this time, a fierce battle unfolded in this swamp. Both sides' chi and blood collided with each other, causing intense waves of chi to sweep out. At this time, both sides directly flew into the sky. In this place, both sides had their own concerns. That desolate crocodile was worried about its descendants. This kind of battle might really completely annihilate its bloodline. There were simply too many humans. The death of hundreds of millions of humans wouldn't affect their vitality. However, their bloodline of desolate crocodile would probably be completely annihilated. How many years had it taken for him to slowly develop this origin energy? Even the sea race had their bloodline. How much time had it taken for him to achieve this? How many opponents had died? He didn't want his children and grandchildren to die here. And Yi Shiwen was also worried about the humans here. Therefore, he didn't want to start a massacre here. Both sides directly entered the void of the universe. The sky constantly trembled violently, as if it couldn't bear the burden. Bang! 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 Both sides were like two peerless, ferocious beasts fighting. Just by relying on their powerful physical bodies, they were already able to produce an effect that many profound life experts couldn't achieve even if they used their full strength. Divine light blazed. Countless principles were broken and manifested. Both sides had erupted in an astonishing battle. In the current ancient times, the gods were no longer around. The various kings had also long since ceased to exist. In this kind of situation, the profound realm experts were practically the strongest experts that everyone knew of. However, these strongest experts would not easily take action. These profound life stage experts would either search for and enter the legendary profound world, or stay behind to cultivate in seclusion. It was possible that thousands of years would pass in a single seclusion. For these people who had already taken half a step into the path of eternal life, there was nothing more important than stepping into eternal life. If they could achieve eternal life, then they would have countless years to squander in the future. However, if they couldn't, then what awaited them in the future was just a cup of soil. Therefore, for them, other things could not attract their attention at all apart from things like attaining Tao and immortality. Even if it was a war between races, it would be very difficult to attract them as long as their race was not on the brink of extinction. Just like the profound life experts of the human race, they also stayed in the imperial court all year round. Apart from guarding the imperial court to prevent any accidents, there was also no other place that was more peaceful and undisturbed than the imperial court. Therefore, although many people said that fights between king-ranked experts were rare, in reality, fights between profound life stage experts were the ones that were truly rare. To them, wasting their time on such matters was truly not worth it. Moreover, even among the initial profound life experts, the two of them were extremely terrifying existences. Therefore, the fight between the two of them was simply an existence that caused everyone to be dumbfounded. The aftermath of the fight between the two of them transformed into laws and rules. Then they broke apart and exploded. The void collapsed, causing primal chaos to pour out. Then it was forcefully crushed by the aftermath of the fight. Such a fight could be said to be world-shaking. Profound life experts were too terrifying. They could practically be said to be the strongest experts below the gods and kings. Many profound life stage experts might not even have the chance to exchange blows with other profound life stage experts, even after they passed away. Therefore, to the heroes of the primordial era, such a battle was an astonishing battle that they might not even see once in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Human boy, your physical body is really amazing. Since ancient times, I've seen many people in the human clan with amazing battle prowess. However, there aren't many in the same realm who can compare to you in terms of physical body. The wild crocodile spoke loudly. His tone was filled with deep confidence and pride. He had seen far too many people in the past. Over these countless years, he had been in slumber most of the time. However, occasionally, shocking experts would appear and wake him up. In this way, he had seen far too many outstanding people. He had seen those experts walk towards glory and decline. He had seen too many ups and downs. Are you trying to show off that you've lived for a long time? Yi Xuan's mouth was somewhat disdainful. So what if you've lived for a long time? You've lived for countless years, but you're only at the initial stage of profound life realm. If I were you, I would have died of shame long ago. Yi Xuan's harsh words immediately made the wild crocodile fly into a rage out of shame. Although they had lived for countless years and had seen far too many things that these people couldn't imagine, there was still a problem that they couldn't avoid. That was, their cultivation hadn't made much progress in these countless years. This was the price they had to pay in order to survive. The heavenly law had always been fair. Their lifespans were extremely long. Moreover, after using this method, they had managed to outlive the gods and kings. However, there was no essential difference between their cultivation progress and that of tens of thousands of years ago. The only thing worth praising was that their martial power had far surpassed the people of the same realm. In fact, it had far surpassed them. Their cultivation speed couldn't even be compared to the demon race. Not to mention that the human race had a very short lifespan. However, the heavens had also bestowed them with an unparalleled cultivation speed. Everything was predetermined by the heavens. I think you're tired of living. At this time, the wild crocodile had already been forced into a corner by Yi Xuan. It didn't care about pretending to be polite and directly let out a loud roar. I think you've lived for too long and your brain has become rusty. You actually dared to forcibly plunder our human race. Moreover, you refused to return it even when I personally came to visit you. You're really courting death. Do you think this is the era of wild beasts? In this era, you're destined to only be a supporting character. If you were honest, then perhaps you could continue to exist. However, you actually dared to act so unscrupulously. You're really tired of living. Do you want to die? Yi Xuan coldly said. Endless golden light spread out from under his feet. This golden light began to evolve into a planet that rapidly expanded outwards. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and golden light splashed out from his hand. The fist intent transformed into a huge universe that expanded outwards. It was as if the universe had exploded. Go all out. Let me see how powerful wild beasts are in the end. Otherwise, you won't have such an opportunity. Damn bastard, I'll swallow you bite by bite. Then, I'll grab your soul and roast it day and night. You'll never be able to reincarnate. The wild beast had been pushed to the extreme by Yi Xuan. It was constantly roaring. Suddenly, the endless black light on its body began to boil and a dreadful aura burst out from it. Chapter 1800. At the same time, a dreadful power surged out of his body. Then the black light transformed into a dreadful halberd, which directly broke through the vast sky and chopped down towards Yishuin. This was a terrifying long halberd, and it seemed to be extraordinary as well. It was as if it was refined from the spine of a terrifying, desolate beast. It was extremely terrifying, and its power was extremely great. It was enough to shatter the void and split the world. Bang! With a loud sound, the halberd was stopped 3 meters in front of Yishuin. At the most crucial moment, the yin-yang life and death diagram had blocked it. Then the yin-yang life and death diagram grew bigger and bigger in the sky. Under Yi Shiwen's control, the life and death energies alternately stimulated, transforming into a powerful torrent which fiercely chopped towards the wild alligator. This dreadful existence suppressed everything. Bang! 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 A dreadful collision sound resounded. The collision of the 2 peerless divine tools caused divine light to splash out, capable of destroying a large area. Both sides were no longer fighting with pure physical strength. They had even begun to use divine tools. The dreadful aura of the battle had sublimated, and the battle had become even more intense. It's terrifying. Even we would be heavily injured if we were to participate in such a battle. An old man of the sea race opened his eyes. He was also an expert of the profound life realm. But when he saw such a battle, he still trembled with fear and didn't dare to believe it. He didn't have anything to say about that wild alligator. After all, the wild alligator had survived countless years ago in the savage era. It had experienced the mythological era, and it had experienced the rise of kings. Even a pig had become immortal after surviving for such a long time, let alone a wild beast with terrifying talent. Although the sea race was powerful and their lifespan was much longer than that of the human race, they couldn't compare to this kind of ancient ancestor. Therefore, it was understandable that it had such tyrannical strength. But what about Yi Shiwen? What could he be considered as? If the Baron Crocodile was said to be an ancestor-level existence, then Yi Shiwen's age was almost the same as the Baron Crocodile's descendants. The battle in front of him was tantamount to a battle between an ancestor and a descendant, which made him almost unable to understand. This Yi Shiwen had only cultivated for a few hundred years. How could he be so powerful? Yi Shiwen is already so outstanding. What about Hai Wuya of the sea race? These two are amazing. Moreover, Yi Wu Di of the demon race is also included. Could it be that another great era is about to arrive? Yi Shiwen was already so outstanding. That's right. This reminds me of the era countless years ago when many kings rose together. It was also like this. Suddenly, there were many experts who far surpassed their peers. Looking at it this way, I'm afraid that it really is possible. No, not to mention the era of the rise of kings. Even if there is another king, it will be extremely precious to the remote antiquity. It is much better than being occupied by the demon race. At this time, the battle between Yi Shiwen and the Baron Crocodile in the sky had already reached a white-hot stage. Both sides had already used their trump cards, and it could be said that the battle between the two sides was a fierce one. It could be said that it was terrifying to the extreme. They were bombarding each other with attacks. If it was someone else, perhaps they simply wouldn't be able to withstand it and would directly explode on the spot. Even a mountain range wouldn't be able to withstand such an all-out attack. And at this time, both of them were fighting with true fire. Neither of them had any reason to retreat. For them, this was a battle that they couldn't retreat from. If either one of them retreated, then they might fall into a bottomless abyss. Human boy, you are dead. You dare to offend me. Today, after I kill you, I will slaughter the entire human race and turn them all into my children's blood food. This Baron Crocodile was already enraged by Yi Shiwen's attack. It couldn't help but roar in a threatening manner. Many experts of human race were also paying attention to this battle. At this time, when they heard these words, their complexions changed. If Yi Shiwen failed, then he might really face the revenge of this Baron Crocodile. Because of this, human race didn't dare to easily attack these forbidden areas. None of these ancient monsters were easy to deal with. Each of them was an existence that would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If one dared to provoke them, then they would certainly face their all-out retaliation. It was not unheard of for a snake to not be killed, but to be harmed instead. Therefore, the best method for most people was to let it go. But this time it was different. It was necessary to take action, not only for the hundreds of millions of humans in this forbidden area, but also for many humans in the hands of different forbidden areas and other races. These people would add up to a very large number. So, it would be very meaningful and not a meaningless matter. Therefore, Yi Shiwen's actions were shocking to many people. However, there were still many people in the upper echelons of the human race who supported him. However, the current situation didn't look good. Yi Shiwen didn't defeat the Baron Crocodile as easily as he did when he faced Wang Chong and the others. They couldn't help but feel nervous. The only thing worth rejoicing was that Yi Shiwen hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position. However, thinking about it, the opponent was a wild beast that had existed in this desolate era for countless years. In fact, many of them had seen the glory of the various kings. Such ancestor-level characters were almost inevitable to deal with. Could Yi Shiwen really hold on? In other words, if Yi Shiwen couldn't hold on, then it would be a disaster for them. So, today, I won't let you walk out of here alive. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "Today I've worn the Tai Tsong seal in vain. I don't need to use it to defeat you. You must have paid a big price to survive in this desolate era. Let's see how long you can hold on." The Baron Crocodile's heart suddenly shook. There was a look of disbelief in its eyes. Yi Shiwen had actually seen through it. In other words, they had only fought for a short while, and Yi Shiwen had already seen through it. Naturally, it wouldn't have survived until now without paying a price. Therefore, most of the time, the forbidden areas didn't cause trouble. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but just as Yi Shiwen had said, it wasn't their era anymore. If they really wanted to cause trouble and annoy the races of the mainland, then the only thing waiting for them would be death. If the races of the mainland were determined to destroy them, then they wouldn't have any chance to escape. He was also shocked by Yi Shiwen's amazing observation skills. However, he immediately calmed down. "Even if I'm not at the peak, but it's still more than enough to deal with you." The Baron Crocodile roared loudly, and a powerful Zhen Qi crazily gushed out of its body. Then it clawed towards Yi Shiwen. Its speed was extremely fast. In the void, it transformed into a sky full of claw shadows, and like a storm, it rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. It wanted to kill Yi Shiwen. It was very clear that there was no way for it to compete with Yi Shiwen, who was at the peak of his strength. It was only a few hundred years old, and he was at the peak of his life. No, it could even be said that he hadn't reached the peak of his life yet. Moreover, it had already consumed a lot of its Zhen Qi since the beginning of the fight. However, Yi Shiwen didn't seem to be affected at all. He had always been at the peak of his life. Moreover, it could feel that Yi Shiwen hadn't forcibly increased his strength to the peak of his life. Instead, he had been maintaining this peak state. Although it didn't know what kind of secret technique Yi Shiwen had used, it was still very scary. Therefore, it had to take advantage of the fact that it still had the ability to kill Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, the more the fight went on, the less chance Yi Shiwen would have. "Humph! Let's see how long you can hold on." Yi Shiwen directly rushed out and arrived in front of the Baron Crocodile. Then he launched an overwhelming attack. He didn't use too many complicated moves. Instead, he just used firm and fierce moves against firm and fierce moves. Both sides fiercely collided with each other. Yi Shiwen's attacks were like a storm, fast and urgent. He didn't give the Baron Crocodile any opportunity to use its trump card. He forced it to constantly collide head-on with him. However, its halberd was already being held up by Yi Shiwen's yin-yang life and death diagram. Bang! 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 It was a pure physical collision. The more Yi Shiwen fought, the more intense the fight became. The more Yi Shiwen fought, the more excited he became. If the Baron Crocodile was able to contend with Yi Shiwen at the beginning, then as time went by, the fierce collisions would consume a huge amount of Yi Shiwen's blood and qi. As the saying goes, old people don't rely on their muscles and bones. It was the same for cultivators. Moreover, compared to Yi Shiwen, who was at the peak of his life, this Baron Crocodile simply didn't have any advantage. Even if it was a competition of recovery speed, Yi Shiwen didn't even need to use Phoenix regeneration technique. Just by relying on his young body, he was much more tyrannical than this Baron Crocodile. Even so, his young body had too many advantages. Even if this fight ended now, Yi Shiwen would be able to recover in a short time. But this Baron Crocodile might need more than 10 years to recover, or even more than 100 years. Age was an advantage, but at the same time it was also a fatal flaw. From the beginning, it was able to contend with Yi Shiwen without falling into a disadvantageous position. But later on, it was constantly being defeated. This Baron Crocodile was constantly retreating, and its huge body could no longer stand. Bang! Another loud sound resounded as Yi Shiwen directly punched its head, causing the Baron Crocodile to let out a blood-curdling screech as its body was sent flying out and fiercely fell into the swamp, setting off an earth-shattering wave. Chapter 1801. The heaven and earth trembled crazily. It was as if a small planet had directly crashed into the earth. With a loud bang, everything collapsed. Yi Shiwen's attack was like a shooting star, swift and fierce. He could destroy the heaven and earth with just a lift of his hand. This huge Baron Crocodile fiercely fell to the ground under Yi Shiwen's attack. However, Yi Shiwen's offensive didn't seem to be over. Almost in an instant, his hands emitted a golden light and directly tore the void apart. In one fell swoop, he rushed into the swamp. Kill! At this time, Yi Shiwen seemed to have already gone crazy from killing. Bang! He ferociously stomped on the body of the Baron Crocodile. Golden light filled the sky, and a huge bloody hole appeared on the body of the Baron Crocodile. Roar! This Baron Crocodile was furious. It was thoroughly enraged. It crazily roared and continuously emitted divine light from its body. Then it swung its tail, which was like a small mountain, directly towards Yi Shiwen. It wanted to claw Yi Shiwen to death. Bang! With a loud sound, its tail was caught by Yi Shiwen. Then, with a loud roar, this incomparably huge Baron Crocodile was directly thrown away on the spot. This series of actions was too fast. Many people didn't clearly see what was going on. They only saw this huge Baron Crocodile being directly thrown away by Yi Shiwen. Everyone looked over and saw that the entire spine of the Baron Crocodile had been smashed by Yi Shiwen. There was an astonishing bloody hole on its back. It looked absolutely horrifying. In this collision, the Baron Crocodile had suffered a big loss. It was almost unable to fight back. In terms of endurance, it was simply not on the same level as Yi Shiwen. The entire Baron Crocodile was shocked. Everyone who had been paying attention to this matter was shocked. The scene that everyone had just seen was too horrifying. A profound life realm expert had almost been killed by Yi Shiwen. It could be said that his injuries were so severe that he didn't even have the strength to fight back. As early as when Yi Shiwen had arrived, everyone had already expected this. After all, Yi Shiwen had the Tai Tsang seal with him. If he wanted to flatten a trifling third-class restricted area, it would be almost a piece of cake. The only thing that made everyone a little interested was, if Yi Shiwen flattened such a restricted area, would it lead to a collective counterattack from those restricted areas? However, no one had expected that Yi Shiwen would actually rely on his own strength to force a Baron Crocodile that had lived for countless years into such a situation. This was simply an incredible miracle. Even in the savage era, this desolate crocodile was a giant. Moreover, in the current world, an ordinary profound life stage practitioner would not even be enough to be swallowed by it in a single gulp. Now, It couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yishuin. Human, roar! The desolate crocodile continued to roar. However, there was a somewhat fearful expression in its eyes as it looked at Yishuin. After being forced to this point by Yishuin, how could it not know that Yishuin was not that easy to deal with? Not to mention, Yishuin had the Tide Song Seal with him. The Tide Song Seal that it feared the most hadn't been used yet. If the person using the Tide Song Seal was only a very ordinary person, an ordinary king-grade expert, then it wouldn't pose a threat to the desolate crocodile. However, Yishuin had relied on his own strength to continuously push it back. Once such a person used the Tide Song Seal, it would undoubtedly be a terrifying existence. This result had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone discovered that perhaps they should look at Yishuin in a new light. This was especially true for the people of the various large clans. For them, this was tantamount to ringing an alarm bell. This Yishuin was not that simple. If a conflict broke out with him at this time, it would not be that simple. Everyone turned silent. He's actually able to beat a profound life stage expert to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. Just how strong is this Yishuin? I'm afraid that he's not far from the middle stage of profound life stage. Many people secretly thought to themselves, "Human, don't tell me that you still want to fight to the death with me? I admit that I've indeed underestimated you. However, I'm afraid that it won't be that easy to kill me. I've seen countless amazing geniuses over the years. Among them, there was no lack of profound life stage experts who thought that they could kill me. However, in the end, they all became delicacies in my mouth." The desolate crocodile's emotions gradually stabilized, and its words began to become ice-cold. The bloody holes on its body were recovering at an astonishing speed. It seemed as if something was burning. It had already been thoroughly infuriated by Yishuin. Therefore, it didn't care about anything else at this time. Although it wouldn't be able to live as long as it had originally planned after this battle. If it didn't use its full strength, then it might fall in this battle. If that was the case, then it would be better to fight with its full strength. Then go ahead and try. Let's see whether you'll eat me or I'll kill you in the end. I've never eaten the meat of a desolate crocodile before. Yishuin indifferently said. He didn't wait for the desolate crocodile to recover. He directly took a step forward and rushed forward. Rumble! An astonishing collision sound rang out. The two fiercely collided once again. Yishuin didn't gain any advantage again. Ever since the desolate crocodile had suffered losses at Yishuin's hands, it had learned to be obedient. The body that it was so proud of didn't seem to be reliable in front of Yishuin. At the very least, if its body was comparable to the dragon race, then Yishuin was an existence that could kill the dragon race. Such an existence far exceeded its imagination. Moreover, its vitality was far inferior to Yishuin's. If this continued, it was afraid that it would be exhausted to death by Yishuin. Such a scene was absolutely not what it wanted. Ever since this desolate crocodile decided not to fight head-on with Yishuin, its countless years of experience played an important role. Originally, when it collided with Yishuin with its body, it didn't have any advantage. Now it completely displayed its many years of experience. Each and every one of its moves was accompanied by many secret techniques. It absolutely didn't want to expose itself to Yishuin's attacks. The battle between the two became intense once again. They directly flew into the sky, and directly fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. There was no doubt that this desolate crocodile was not an ordinary creature, since it was able to survive for countless years. It unceasingly blasted out frightening power and principles, revealing an extremely ancient aura. It was completely different from the current martial arts. It wasn't a difference of thousands of years or tens of thousands of years. Instead, it was a difference of countless years. Even if it was just a hasty attack, it still had an ancient and boundless aura. This was exactly what Yishuin wanted to see the most. As the saying goes, stones from other mountains can improve jade. Right now, Yi Shiwen wanted to step into the middle stage of profound life realm. Moreover, he wanted to do so in a short period of time. This was an extremely good method. In this kind of situation, Yi Shiwen wasn't in a hurry to kill this desolate crocodile. It was more like he was treating it as a practice target. Although he had several opportunities to kill it, he didn't do so. This point was quickly seen by the spectators, and they all exclaimed in admiration. Since ancient times, Yi Shiwen is absolutely the first person who dared to use an ancient giant beast in the forbidden area as a practice target. Yes, killing that desolate crocodile is nothing. However, this way he clearly wants to use that desolate crocodile as a practice target. This kind of breadth of mind, this kind of boldness, is clearly the aura of a king. Truly frightening. It hasn't been long since he stepped into the initial stage of profound life realm. Could it be that he wants to use this opportunity to break into the middle stage of profound life realm in one fell swoop? Yi Shiwen wasn't in a hurry to kill the desolate crocodile. The longer the battle went on, the more he discovered his own shortcomings. Although his absolute strength was enough to suppress the desolate crocodile, he had just stepped into the profound life realm, and had yet to completely adapt to the battle of the profound life realm. That was a completely different realm from the celestial being realm. Even the fighting style was completely different. If the experts of the celestial being realm were faintly one with the world, then the experts of the profound life realm were independent. They could casually mobilize the power of the world, but they didn't need to fuse with him. This was a sign that they were about to prove their Tao. They were completely different existences. This desolate crocodile also noticed that Yi Shiwen was unexpectedly using it as a practice target. It was extremely angry. Even in the desolate era, it was a lord-level existence. In that world, desolate beasts ran rampant, and experts were like dogs. It had its own place. When had it ever been looked down upon like this? However, there was nothing it could do. No matter how it erupted, it was always suppressed by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's attacks could suppress the heavens, and was always able to shatter all of its counterattacks. Moreover, what was even more frightening was that it discovered that Yi Shiwen simply became stronger the more it fought. As it became more and more accustomed to the battle style of the profound life realm, his battle strength continued to rise. No, it should be said that he was only completely erupting with the battle strength that he should have. He couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart. People like them, after stepping into the profound life realm, spent who knew how many years to barely grasp the method of the profound life realm. However, Yi Shiwen was actually able to grasp it in such a short period of time. However, he also knew that Yi Shiwen's method wasn't something that everyone could grasp. Who would dare to fight against experts of the same level when they had just stepped into the profound life realm? Moreover, they actually won. Even an old monster like him wasn't a match for Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was simply abnormal. If it wasn't for the fact that he clearly knew of Yi Shiwen's rise, he would even suspect that Yi Shiwen was simply an old monster that had lived for countless years. Otherwise, how could he possess such tyrannical strength? At this time he began to regret. Perhaps he really shouldn't have taken action. After all, the human race was the overlord of the desolate era. Perhaps they had temporarily declined, but there were still countless experts within the race. They had a deep foundation. Perhaps they weren't a match for the other overlords, and they weren't a match for the demon race. However, they weren't a match for a loner like him. It's about time. You're only SOO. Since that's the case, you can go on your way in peace. This is no longer your era. Yi Shiwen stretched his body and coldly said, Chapter 1802. It didn't matter what kind of secret technique they had used to survive to this day. However, this wasn't their era anymore. Every generation of the continent's various clans would have a stunning generation of geniuses, and these ancient beasts would have no choice but to lower their heads in front of these geniuses. Human boy, don't be too arrogant. The barren crocodile roared. All the scales on its body began to stand up. A dreadful, imposing aura swept out, suppressing everything. Buzz! Yi Shiwen's formidable, imposing aura replied him. Countless divine rays splashed out. Golden divinities formed a monstrous tide. Tianyuan mirror unceasingly hovered above his head. He took a step forward and fiercely rushed in front of the barren crocodile. His expression was exceptionally cold. Since he had decided to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, then there was no need to hold back. Both sides were experts of profound life realm. Any attack from them could destroy the heaven and earth. Facing such an attack, the barren crocodile had already gone crazy. In order to survive, it didn't hold back anymore. Bang! The barren crocodile was once again sent flying by Yi Shiwen's punch. Immediately, a seal word flew out from Yi Shiwen's body and ruthlessly suppressed it. This time, I will finish you off. Yi Shiwen roared loudly. Then he spread out his big hands and unexpectedly grabbed the halberd. The halberd unceasingly burst out with intense rays of light. It wanted to resist Yi Shiwen, but an incomparably huge seal word appeared on Yi Shiwen's body and immediately suppressed all of its resistance. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen casually suppressed the eruption of this long halberd every time. Bang! Yi Shiwen grabbed the halberd in his hand. Then, with lightning speed, it instantly chopped down towards the barren crocodile. Everyone who saw this scene was scared stiff. Yi Shiwen was actually using the opponent's weapon to finish off his opponent. How could he be so arrogant? Bang! The sky shook and dense cracks appeared. The halberd ruthlessly landed on the barren crocodile's body. The barren crocodile roared in pain and screamed endlessly. However, at this time, the scales on its body were already densely covered with cracks. Yi Shiwen's face was expressionless. The long halberd in his hand chopped down once again. At this moment, a terrifying attack suddenly swept over from the sky, and it swept over with the force of a sudden clap of thunder that left no time to cover one's ears. They've taken action. Ancient existences from other forbidden regions have taken action. Many people were suddenly shocked. They could see that this was clearly the work of an ancient existence from another forbidden area. Someone finally couldn't help but intervene when he saw that the barren crocodile was about to be wiped out by Yi Shiwen. They couldn't just watch helplessly as the barren crocodile was wiped out. Perhaps their relationship wasn't that harmonious, but they all represented the same interest group in the forbidden area. They all understood the principle of interdependence. If they didn't stand up for the wild alligators now, who would stand up for them in the future? How could they not understand such a truth? Moreover, they attacked with the momentum of a thunderbolt. They wanted to sweep Yi Shiwen down the moment he attacked. And it was accompanied by a cold and merciless voice. Human, that's enough. Could it be that you really want to sweep away this forbidden area and become enemies with all of us forbidden areas? Bang! Another terrifying collision occurred. This time, the attack simply couldn't enter Yi Shiwen's body. The Tai Tsong seal that had been dormant on his body for a long time finally displayed its might. It erupted with a ray of light and directly swept away the attack. This attack that had traversed more than half of the ancient desolation had been directly swept away. There was no suspense, and there wasn't any power to retaliate. There's no one that I can't kill if I want to kill them. Why? Do you also want to be together with him? Yi Shiwen was unprecedentedly unyielding. This time it was completely different from when he had just entered the king rank. Back then, when he had just entered the king rank, even if he had consecutively slaughtered 7 king rank experts, he still knew the severity of the situation. It wasn't to the extent where he could move unhindered. However, it was different now. He had already entered the profound life realm, which was equivalent to becoming an ancestor-level figure. The weight of a profound realm expert's words was different in the ancient desolation. In the eyes of those profound life realm experts, they wouldn't care about the words of a mere king rank expert. However, it was a different story if they had also entered the profound life realm. There were some extremely terrifying old antiques in those forbidden areas. Even during the era of the rise of kings, very few people dared to have any ideas about them. However, he wasn't worried. He had the Tide Song Seal now. Even if it were these people, he might still be able to fight them with the help of the Tide Song Seal. Moreover, these people were suppressed by the non-existent Tide Song Emperor. How could they dare to casually attack Tide Song before they could confirm whether he was dead or alive? And it was precisely because of this that he absolutely couldn't show any weakness. He had to give others the feeling that they had Tide Song Emperor as their backer. If they had Tide Song Emperor as their backer, would they still need to consider their opinions? Naturally, they would kill anyone who stood in their way. Bang! Another strike landed. This strike directly shattered all the scales on the body of the Baron crocodile. The terrifying power spread to the crocodile's entire body. Its flesh began to crack and blood splattered everywhere. Then, the halberd ruthlessly pierced into its body and firmly nailed its huge body to the ground. It couldn't move at all. The moment the halberd pierced into its body, its spirit was annihilated. Although it had survived for countless years, its spirit had already become incomparably weak. Its physical body could be continuously maintained, but its spirit couldn't. It directly collapsed on the spot. As its spirit died, its physical body finally couldn't hold on any longer. It couldn't hold on any longer, and it began to rapidly wither. Then it turned into a lump of smoke. Everyone was shocked. This battle had finally come to an end. The result of this battle wasn't out of everyone's expectations. In their opinion, Yi Shiwen would certainly be able to flatten this forbidden area. There was nothing strange about this. After all, he had the Tide Song Seal on his body. As long as he had the Tide Song Seal, it wouldn't be strange for him to flatten anything. The only thing that caused everyone to be taken aback was the process. He had actually managed to kill a desolate beast that had survived since the ancient times, a profound life stage expert. This matter was undoubtedly a huge matter to the entire ancient desolate land. The entire ancient desolation was already very lively. However, this matter had caused a huge wave. In all fairness, even the wild crocodile that had been killed by Yi Shiwen was already an invincible expert in the eyes of many people. However, it had still been killed by Yi Shiwen. Flattening the forbidden area was an impossible task for many people. However, Yi Shiwen had accomplished it. In particular, many experts of the younger generation of various clans had suddenly become excited. They had seen the attitude of the various forbidden areas towards Yi Shiwen. Since they hadn't reacted to Yi Shiwen's flattening of a forbidden area, then wouldn't it mean that they had begun to act independently? Therefore, many people were eager to give it a try. After all, the forbidden areas weren't limited to the territories of the human race. There were many such forbidden areas in the territories of various clans. Even the Kuanping's lair in the northern underworld sea was originally a forbidden area. The Kuanping that lived in it was a ferocious beast. To be able to flatten such a forbidden area, not only would they obtain countless benefits, but more importantly, they could also reduce the internal troubles within their own territories. For the various clans, there would be innumerable benefits. Even if they couldn't flatten all of the forbidden areas in one go, it would still be good to flatten one or two. However, these thoughts were quickly stopped by the clan elders. What a joke! They were all very calm people. Therefore, they could see very clearly that these forbidden areas didn't act collectively. It wasn't because they were acting independently. Didn't they see that they still acted in the end? However, there was only one reason why they didn't fight to the death. That was King Taitsong. Due to the deterrence of King Taitsong, and the fact that Yi Shiwen had only flattened one forbidden area and didn't intend to continue flattening the other forbidden areas, the forbidden areas had swallowed their anger. However, did they have the support of a peerless expert like King Taitsong? Without the support of such a peerless expert, they still wanted to do such a thing. Wasn't that courting death? Moreover, That battle had also made many people reevaluate Yi Shiwen's combat power. They also had a whole new level of respect for the forbidden areas. It was just a third-class forbidden area, and it was already so amazing. Even if they wanted to flatten a third-class forbidden area, the price they had to pay would still be an astronomical figure. They didn't have a tyrannical existence like Yi Shiwen, who could suppress everything by himself. They didn't need other helpers at all. Therefore, the idea of flattening these forbidden areas was good. However, it was only an idea. It couldn't be turned into a practical action. Otherwise, it might lead to a disaster. After flattening this forbidden area, Yi Shiwen brought back the human race who had been abducted. There were only less than 200 million people left. The rest of the people had already turned into blood food. They had been devoured by this wild crocodile or its descendants. However, no matter what, rescuing some people was undoubtedly restoring part of the vitality of the human race. Moreover, Yi Shiwen carried the prestige of a great victory. He ordered the various clans and forbidden areas to hand over the human race who had been abducted. Otherwise, he would go to them one by one to ask for advice. He would have been reprimanded for being arrogant if it had been in the past. But now, no one dared to look down on him after he had displayed the dreadful strength of the forbidden area. He was like a fierce god who could kill everything in his path. Moreover, there was an existence behind this fierce god. They absolutely couldn't afford to provoke him. Chapter 1803. The presence of King Taitsong behind him was enough to wake many people up from their dreams, if Yi Shiwen wasn't enough to deter them. Many people secretly guessed that the so-called King Taitsong might be fake and did not exist at all. Otherwise, why would it be so difficult for him to show up even once? However, this was only their guess. Before getting confirmation, no one dared to make a move. Didn't they see that even the incomparably powerful old antiques of the forbidden areas had to swallow their pride? One could imagine how terrifying of an existence King Taitsong was to them. Even without King Taitsong, Yi Shiwen was already tyrannical enough. He had killed 3 profound life realm experts as soon as he came back. Finally, he even flattened a forbidden area. Such an existence could be regarded as peerless and tyrannical. More and more people agreed with him as the first person of the ancient barons. Although many people knew that there might be more tyrannical experts, in the end it was just a guess. No one had actually seen it. This war was still fermenting. After this war, more and more clans and forbidden areas obediently sent humans back. In a short period of time, the human race had gained another 100 billion people. For all clans, this many people might be the entire population of those clans. For the current human race, this was more than half of the population of those clans that hadn't fallen yet. For the human race, population was undoubtedly the foundation of a strong and prosperous human race, which was very important. As the one who rescued them, Yi Shiwen naturally became the hero of the human race. Countless people began to cheer for Yi Shiwen. Many people began to worship Yi Shiwen. If there were people who were not convinced of Yi Shiwen before this, then after this war, even if they were not convinced, they had no choice but to be convinced. In the human race, Yi Shiwen's prestige and popularity were close to the original 4 great kings. He even surpassed King Taitsong, who had not shown up for a long time. It could be said to be a pleasant surprise. This war not only made Yi Shiwen famous outside of the human race, but also established supreme prestige in the human race at the same time, which was unshakable. For ordinary people, his existence was no different from a pillar. With him, they would have a direction. Even if they faced the pressure of the devil army, they would still be confident that they could get through such difficulties. Many of the old-timers who saw what was happening felt like weeping. It was as if they were looking back at the era of the monarchs, when the humankind had risen to prominence in a chaotic world and become the overlord of an entire region. It had been a difficult environment, and yet it had been a spectacularly spectacular event. It was all very similar. At this time, many people were secretly thinking that Yi Shiwen might have the hope of proving his Tao in the future. After all, even those king-level experts weren't so powerful when they were young. Many people were watching such a battle. They were waiting to see Yi Shiwen's next move, especially those existences in the forbidden area. They were closely watching Yi Shiwen. Ever since the mythological era and the era of the rise of kings, there were very few existences that could threaten them. Therefore, they could be said to have lived very comfortably for countless years. The strength of the remote antiquity was no longer comparable to that of the past. Naturally, they couldn't do anything to them. But now, they felt that their lives were in danger. They couldn't wait to kill Yi Shiwen, but they were also afraid of the existence of King Taizong. If Yi Shiwen was just a person who might prove his Tao in the future, then King Taizong was a person who had proven his Tao many years ago. At that time, he was known as a half-step emperor. Many king-level experts weren't a match for him. Even if he disappeared later, it didn't damage his prestige. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen's subsequent actions made them heave a sigh of relief. After all, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could destroy all the forbidden area. If he was really that crazy, then they wouldn't care so much. Even if they had to face King Taizong's revenge, they would still have to get rid of him. Although they had to hand over the human race, it wasn't appropriate for them to have a head-on conflict with Yi Shiwen at this time. He was holding the Taizong seal in his hand. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to destroy a few more forbidden areas. At this time, they could endure it for as long as they could. Compared to these ancient monsters in the forbidden area, there was one person who was even more depressed, and that was Haiwia. He was so depressed that he was about to go crazy. He couldn't wait to kill Yi Shiwen. He gritted his teeth. He chose to hold a banquet at this time and invited the leading figures of the ancient desolation to his banquet. He wanted to establish his prestige and let them understand that he wasn't any worse than Yi Shiwen. However, who knew that Yi Shiwen would choose to destroy the forbidden area at this time. Therefore, although he was the one holding the banquet, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Shiwen. As for Haiwia, he was ignored. It seemed that no one cared about him anymore. Everyone's attention was on Yi Shiwen. That battle had forged his supreme prestige. Originally, there were people from the sea race who bragged that he was on par with Yi Shiwen. In the end, after this incident, no one dared to say that he was on par with Yi Shiwen anymore. In their opinion, Haiwia was at most a young boy who had just ascended to the profound life realm. On the other hand, Yi Shiwen was someone who was on the same level as those legendary ancient monsters. This made him extremely depressed. When Yi Shiwen ascended to the profound life realm, he held a banquet. All the leading figures of the ancient desolation went to congratulate him. It could be said that he was awe-inspiring and had gained face. However, when he was holding a banquet, Yi Shiwen had caused such a commotion. It was equivalent to giving him a ruthless slap in the face. Moreover, it was a resounding slap. It made everyone forget about his existence. Everyone was discussing the matter of Yi Shiwen destroying the forbidden area. This made him feel like he was choking on a fishbone. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. This was a big gift that Yi Shiwen wanted to give him. Although Yi Shiwen didn't directly attack him, this slap in the face made him want to vomit blood. If he was a calm and carefree person who looked past everything, he naturally wouldn't care. However, he wasn't. If he had really come to terms with everything, then how could he have fought with Yi Shiwen to hold such a big banquet? If Yi Shiwen had no choice but to rebuild the prestige of the human race at this time, then Haiwia was deliberately showing off. He had been the focus of everyone's attention since his debut. He had never been slapped in the face like this before. He must be doing it on purpose. He must be doing it on purpose. No, he must be doing it on purpose. Haiwia said while gnashing his teeth. He could feel that Yi Shiwen was clearly doing it on purpose. He was deliberately slapping his face at this time. He had guessed correctly on this point. Indeed, it was as he had thought. Yi Shiwen was purposely slapping his face at this time, although it was just in passing, and the forbidden area would be destroyed sooner or later. Yi Shiwen had chosen this time to specifically slap his face. He began to resent. Weren't those people in the forbidden area known to be very powerful? They were the inheritances from tens of thousands of years ago. They were the antiques left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. In the end, they were thrown into a forbidden area and didn't even dare to fart. This hurt him a lot. When Yi Shiwen said that he was going to destroy a forbidden area at the beginning, he was secretly laughing. Was a forbidden area that easy to destroy? If it was so easy, it would have been destroyed long ago. Even if he could destroy one forbidden area, would he be able to bear the anger of the other forbidden areas? Who knew that Yi Shiwen would actually succeed in the end? The most important thing was that those forbidden areas didn't even let out a fart after the incident. They simply swallowed the insult and humiliation in silence. They didn't have the same awe-inspiring appearance that they had in front of others. He couldn't help but feel depressed. Why were they so afraid of King Taitsong? What was there to be afraid of? Wasn't he just a person whose identity was unknown? However, he had to admit that King Taitsong's deterrence still affected the entire ancient barons. Under such circumstances, he made a decision. He was going to destroy a forbidden area too. Only then would he not lose to Yi Shiwen. However, the forbidden area that he chose to destroy was in the Endless Sea region and not on the ancient barons' continent. He wanted to win the hearts of the Sea clans. In order to rule the world one day, it was necessary to win the hearts of the Sea clans. Once this news spread out, the entire world was in an uproar. What was going on? Why were there so many people wanting to level the forbidden areas? Could it be that the forbidden areas were like cabbages that could be found by the roadside? Could it be that anyone could level a forbidden area? Well, were they dreaming? Or was this world too crazy? No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like it at all. Under such circumstances, Hai Wuya made his move. He directly attacked a third-class forbidden area in the Endless Sea region. Who knew that it was a desolate beast that had been sleeping for a long time. Hai Wuya held the sea god divine tool in his hand and rushed in. He had been fighting with this wild beast for 3 days and 3 nights. Unlike Yi Shiwen, who had the upper hand from the beginning to the end, Hai Wuya's battle could be described as thrilling and dangerous. It could be said that both sides had suffered injuries. He would have died long ago if he didn't have the endless divine tools on his body and the medicinal pills to replenish his energy. In the end, he finally killed the desolate beast in the sea. However, he was also covered in blood and was seriously injured. Later on, he even attracted the help of other powerful existences in the forbidden area. If it weren't for the powerful existence behind Hai Wuya who protected him, he would have died a long time ago. Even so, in order to appease the anger of the forbidden area, the powerful existence behind him had to pay a huge price to barely appease the anger of the forbidden area. After Yi Shiwen destroyed a forbidden area, it was the most sensitive time for them. Hai Wuya actually dared to rub the tiger's whiskers at this time. It was no different from pulling the tiger's teeth out. How could they not be angry? If they couldn't stop it, everyone would imitate him in the future. Then, would they still have a peaceful day? Chapter 1804. It could be said that although Hai Wuya had eliminated a forbidden area, he had also paid a heavy price. Not to mention that he was seriously injured. He had also paid a heavy price to quell the anger of the forbidden area. Yi Shiwen was suspected to be backed by the legendary Taitsong King, so the forbidden areas had to endure even if they were angry. However, although Hai Wuya had some forces behind him, it could not be compared with Taitsong King. Although it was said that he was the son of God, in this era where the gods were silent, people no longer feared the gods as much as they did in the past. Even if they feared, it was useless. Could it be that the gods could jump out? No matter what, Hai Wuya had still flattened a forbidden zone. If it was any other day, even if it was just a miserable destruction of a forbidden zone, it would still be a huge miracle to the masses, something worthy of being written about. However, he was not the first after all, and he had suffered heavy losses. He could not compare to Yi Shiwen, who was almost unscathed in eliminating a forbidden area. Moreover, Yi Shiwen was awe-inspiring. He ordered many forbidden areas to return the captured humans, while Haiwia had paid a heavy price in order to quell the anger of the forbidden areas. The difference between the two sides was clear at a glance. In the eyes of many people, this was clearly an act of imitating others. They wanted to use the forbidden areas to make a name for themselves. However, it turned out to be like this. All kinds of ugly rumors suddenly spread. It was said that Haiwia, who was recuperating in close cultivation, vomited 3 liters of blood when he heard these rumors. He almost fainted. The entire human race had fallen into a state of ecstasy. They had received a large number of their own people. Moreover, they now had a tyrannical expert like Yi Shiwen to oversee the human race. So, their future was guaranteed. Meanwhile, everyone thought that the human race would launch a counterattack against the devil race in one go. However, Yi Shiwen's side was completely quiet. He didn't launch a counterattack against the devil race as everyone had expected. He was very clear about one thing. No matter how famous he was, he could only protect himself from the human race. He was still far from being able to counterattack the devil race, although his strength was not bad. And he also had the Taitsong seal. The overall strength of the human race was still far inferior to that of the devil race. Yi Shiwen had launched a surprise attack on the devil race. Now, several profound life realm devil ancestors of the devil race had also revealed themselves in public. They were stationed in several key areas. They wouldn't give Yi Shiwen another opportunity to launch a surprise attack. In the face of the resistance of the various races of the continent, the devil race didn't even need to use any tricks. They could completely crush them by relying on their upright strength. This was the gap between the strength of the two sides. He was not King Taitsong. With King Taitsong's strength, it was enough for him to dominate everything. Anyone who dared to stand in his way would be courting death. But he didn't have that kind of strength. During this period of time, the demon race didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. From the original momentum of swallowing, it turned into nibbling away at the various races on the continent. However, there were no signs of large-scale troop movements. To the public, they claimed that it was for the sake of unifying the various clans. However, Yi Shiwen knew that they were all waiting for the Abyss Devil Master to come out of seclusion. When the Abyss Devil Master came out of seclusion, the trend of the demon race sweeping across the Ancient Barrens continent would be unavoidable, because in the current Ancient Barrens, there was no existence that could contend against the Abyss Devil Master. This was the scariest thing. Hence, he was clear that he didn't have much time left. He couldn't continue waiting like this. Otherwise, if he waited until the Abyss Devil Master confirmed his Tao, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the human race and the Ancient Barrens. At this time, Yi Shiwen was also in seclusion to accumulate his strength. To him, this battle had benefited him greatly. Not only did he witness the unique battle style of the desolate beasts, but more importantly, he had truly grasped the strength of the profound life realm. Originally, this process might have taken dozens or even hundreds of years, but through this battle, he had completely grasped it. As expected, fighting was the best way to improve. However, at this time he wasn't in the Yi clan. Instead, he was in the Demon King's treasury, to the current Yi Shiwen. Traversing through the void wasn't a problem at all. Traversing into the Demon King's treasury was just a matter of minutes. He hovered above the Demon King's treasury. Above his head, the yin-yang life and death diagram was constantly flashing with the two colors of yin and yang. Far away from him, the Tianyuan mirror was also constantly emitting blood-red light. Endless spiritual energy was absorbed by the Tianyuan mirror. After the entire dragon vein was absorbed by the Tianyuan mirror, the blood-red light in the Tianyuan mirror flourished, and a tyrannical demonic aura instantly leaped out from it. Ha ha ha, I'm back! Immediately after, this demonic aura instantly transformed into a human figure. It wasn't anyone else but Yi Mo laughed heartily and woke up from his slumber. Suddenly he felt refreshed. Yi Shiwen, I knew you could do it. I just didn't expect you to succeed so quickly. Yi Emo looked at Yi Shiwen with a smile and said, he was very clear that his resurrection was naturally thanks to Yi Shiwen. Originally, he thought that Yi Shiwen might need another few hundred years to wake him up from his slumber because the price was too high. It wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Now that Yi Shiwen was able to wake him up from his slumber, it showed that his strength had developed by leaps and bounds. That's right. It was precisely because Yi Shiwen's strength had become more tyrannical after entering the profound life realm that he had opened the second floor of the Demon King's treasury. That was why he had a way to wake Yi Emo up. You open the second floor. That means that you have already entered the profound life realm. Your speed is very fast. Yi Mo's face beamed with joy. The faster Yi Shiwen's progress was, the more it proved that he didn't make the wrong choice back then. He might even have a chance to prove his Tao in the future. If he could follow another emperor, then his experience would be simply legendary. However, he soon discovered that something was wrong. Yi Shiwen's expression didn't look good. He didn't look overjoyed like he had imagined. What's wrong with you? You don't look very happy to see that I have woken up. Yi Emo said somewhat strangely. Yi Shiwen opened his mouth. He didn't know how to explain to him. However, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry. I didn't look after Yu Lian well. He was killed by the Abyss Demon Master. Yi Mo's entire body trembled. His face suddenly turned pale. It was deathly pale. A feeling of dizziness assaulted his heart. At his level of cultivation, this kind of situation would almost never happen. However, he did. A kind of heart-wrenching pain appeared in his heart. He originally thought that he would never feel this kind of feeling in his life. However, at the moment he heard the news of Yu Lian's death, he finally understood what he had missed. 2 streams of tears rolled down without any warning. The hot tears burned his skin and made it painful. His eyes were lifeless. He stood in the air in a daze. There was no longer the slightest joy of being reborn. After a long time, Yi Emo opened his mouth again and said, Yi Shiwen, I want to cultivate. I want a physical body. You want to cultivate? Yi Shiwen looked at Yi Emo and said. In an instant, Yi Shiwen understood what Yi Emo was thinking. Yi Emo was a tool spirit. Even if he could condense it, he could only cultivate as a spiritual body. The lifespan of a spiritual body was much longer than that of an ordinary life form. However, at the same time, the progress of cultivation was much slower than that of an ordinary person. He could survive from the distant era of the Demon King. He relied on this advantage of the spiritual body. Now he wanted to give up the spiritual body and find a new physical body to occupy. This meant, well, that's right. I want that Abyss Demon Master to die. Yi Emo said indifferently. His voice was so cold as if he was fished out of an ice cave. Vaguely, Yi Shiwen seemed to see the cold old demon when he first saw Yi Emo. All right. Yi Shiwen didn't say anything more. However, since you want to find a physical body, then it must be the best. Don't worry. You can't kill the Abyss Demon Master in a short time. I understand. There's no need to worry. I have waited for so many years. Let alone a short time, Yi Emo said lightly. Now, let's talk about your matter first. After knowing the news of Yu Lian's death, Yi Emo lost all interest. Yes, Yi Shiwen nodded. Beside him, the young Kuan Pang was rolling around in the air with its plump belly propped up. It was having a good time, chirping happily. What made Yi Shiwen speechless was that it had already entered the profound life realm at some point in time. In fact, it seemed to have entered the profound life realm earlier than him. He was simply a weirdo. Yi Shiwen was helpless. The Kuan Pang was indeed an ancient species. His ancestor even dared to swallow the gods. However, no matter how he looked at this little fool, if he hadn't hatched it himself, he would probably doubt whether this little fool was really a Kuan Pang. He didn't have the appearance of a Kuan Pang, the overlord of the Dark North. On the contrary, he was simply a cute fool. When there was no one around, he could also chase his own tail and have fun. In the depths of the Demon King's treasure house, there was still the Star Beast, who was also in closed-door cultivation to recover. At this time, Yi Shiwen didn't disturb him. When the Star Beast recovered to its peak, he would become a great help to him. He could take as many resources as he wanted in the entire treasure house. Anyway, his life was still in his hands. At this time, the more tyrannical he was, the more benefits he would have. At this time, Yi Shiwen could feel that his long breath was accompanied by a tyrannical aura. It seemed as if it could completely defeat everything, making people tremble with fear. Yi Shiwen didn't know to what extent it had recovered, but it was completely imaginable how powerful and terrifying the Star Beast was at its peak. Yi Mo glanced at Yi Shiwen and was silent for a moment. Then he said, "You have now entered the profound life realm. It is much faster than I expected. It seems that after the demon seed was broken, you really gained a lot of benefits. However, at the same time, you have also made up for a lot of areas that weren't stable enough. You can now try to break through to the profound life realm intermediate stage. I also have the same intention." Chapter 1805. For you, the next period of time is very important. The mysterious realm is the beginning of the road of Tao validation. At the same time, it is also the last stage of the road of Tao validation. Yi Mo stood with his hands behind his back and glanced at Yi Shiwen. He couldn't help but sigh and said, "Unknowingly, you have also reached this point." He seemed to remember that when he first met Yi Shiwen, he was just an innate. In his eyes, innate? Yi Shiwen was just an ant. If he was at his peak, he could blow away millions of ants of this level with just a breath. But he didn't expect that the ant that he didn't put in his eyes at all had now grown to the extent that he was only one step away from Tao validation. In the eyes of ordinary people, the gap between mysterious realm and Tao validation was like the gap between heaven and earth. But in his eyes, it was just a small ditch. Once he crossed it, it would be over. Since he had already come this far, there was no reason not to cross it. In the beginning, although he had planned a lot for Yi Shiwen, even he himself didn't have much confidence in Yi Shiwen's level. But every time, Yi Shiwen completely exceeded his expectations, much better than what he expected. It seemed that in less than 500 years, Yi Shiwen had already stepped into mysterious realm and was only one step away. In his opinion, even with his vision, Yi Shiwen was also impeccable. He no longer looked at Yi Shiwen as an eyesore in the beginning. At first, he was inexplicably tricked by the space and formed a blood contract with Yi Shiwen. But now it was different. You must understand that proving the Tao is something that goes against the heavens. Anything that goes against the heavens will not be that simple. If you want to prove the Tao, you must sever all connections, jump out of the 3 realms, and not be within the 5 elements, and form an independent world. To achieve this, you must build a solid foundation, and now is the most crucial stage. You now have the yin-yang diagram of life and death. Although it is not as sharp as before, for the current you, it is completely sufficient. Yi Mo said, "For you, this is a unique advantage, an advantage that others don't have. You have to make full use of it. The power of yin and yang, life and death, is the most critical issue in mysterious realm. Only by comprehending the power of life and death can it be possible to transcend life and death and truly obtain eternal life." Yi Mo continued, "If you can comprehend it at a deeper level, it is even possible to jump several realms. The mysterious realm is an extremely mysterious realm. If one were to say that there are 2 stages before the Tao confirming realm, then it would be the stage before the mysterious realm and the mysterious realm. The stage before the mysterious realm is only the stage of laying the foundation. Whether the foundation is firm or not will determine how far you can go in the future. The key to the mysterious realm is comprehension. After you have made all the preparations in the beginning, the key lies in the comprehension of the mysterious realm and the comprehension of the power of life and death. If you can truly see through life and death, then it is possible for you to ascend to the heavens and prove your Tao on the same day." Yi Shiwen smiled bitterly. "How? since ancient times there. Since there. How there. How time. As there. Yi Mo gave Yi Xuan some pointers on the way forward. Yi Mo was a devil and didn't understand the cultivation methods of the human race. So, he only gave some general pointers. However, it was just right for Yi Xuan. What he lacked was this kind of guiding light. Although it didn't point out the specific content, it let him know which direction he should work towards, and he had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Then, Yi Xuan told Yi Mo about the current situation of the ancient barons. Now, the devil race has occupied more than half of the human race's territory. Now, they are still constantly consolidating the transformation results. After they transform all the humans into devils, their strength will certainly have an amazing transformation. Coupled with the Devil Lord of the Abyss, I'm afraid that the ancient barons will not be able to escape. Yi Xuan said worriedly. In the past, he could only think about these things in his heart. He couldn't tell others. Whether it was Yi Fan or others, they couldn't reach his level and share his worries. Now that Yi Mo was resurrected, for him, it was like having an extra brain, a helper. Yi Mo sighed with relief. Yi Mo pondered for a moment and said, "Your guess is right. If the devil race wants to attack, they will have to wait until they have digested all the humans. Ordinary humans are just a burden in the eyes of many, but if they are transformed into devils, they will undoubtedly have a huge improvement in strength. At that time, just the attack of a sea of humans will be able to drown everything. Not to mention, the Devil Lord of the Abyss is about to prove his Tao. If he proves his Tao one day, then with this huge number of devils, the ancient barons will completely fall under the rule of the devil world." At this time, Yi Mo was giving advice for Yi Xuan, but he didn't feel the slightest bit out of place. For him, giving advice for the human race and Yi Xuan was nothing. So, the best way is to interrupt the Devil Lord of the Abyss to prove his Tao. If we can get rid of him, then even if the other devil races evolve more devils, it will not be impossible, Yi Mo said. But how can it be so simple? Let's not talk about the tyrannical strength of the Devil Lord. Now that the Devil Lord of the Abyss is in the imperial court, we have no way to get close, let alone interrupt his comprehension. Yi Xuan shook his head and said, "And most importantly, the human race now had time to clean up the remnants and consolidate their territory. Wasn't it because the Devil Lord of the Abyss was in closed-door training and didn't take action? Otherwise, the human race would have been annihilated by the devil race before Yi Xuan appeared. And he believed that the other races would be very willing to watch the human race perish. If the Devil Lord of the Abyss was forced out now, Yi Xuan wasn't sure that he could deal with him. Then there is only one way. You have to compete with him. You have to be faster than him and prove your Tao before him. That way it will be enough." Yi Mo immediately said decisively, "I also think so, but even so, the road ahead is still uncertain. Now, I plan to go to the mysterious world and bring back the ancestors of my ancient human race. The human race won't be able to hold on for long if I only rely on myself. I also can't stay in the human race all the time." Yi Xuan sighed and said helplessly, the current strength of the human race was too weak. In fact, he didn't even dare to leave casually. Otherwise, the human race might suffer a heavy blow if he were to leave even the slightest trouble. Mysterious world. You want to go to the mysterious world. Yi Mo's eyes suddenly widened, and then looked at Yi Xuan. "Why, you also know?" Yi Xuan asked. "Of course, the mysterious world is a very special world. In fact, it may not be as advanced as the ancient desolate realm. However, the real special thing about it is that it is said that the secret of true immortality is buried there. There is hope to prove one's Tao. Therefore, since ancient times, people who want to prove their Tao will go to the mysterious world." Yi Mo said, "In fact, in my opinion, there is nothing special about it. It is nothing more than many mysterious realm experts fighting in it. So, slowly someone will naturally stand out and prove their Tao. In many people's opinion, This is the secret of proving one's Tao buried in the mysterious world. In fact, this is not the case. In the past, when there was no mysterious world, a large number of ancient Phoenix Realm, Dragon Island, Heaven Realm, Human Realm, Demon Realm, and Devil Realm had appeared. There were even emperors who had proved their Tao, but they had nothing to do with the mysterious world. Yi Emo shook his head as if he didn't care. However, it is hard to say. After all, my era is too long ago. Maybe there are some great secrets buried in the mysterious world. In any case, you will have many opponents in the mysterious world. That will be good for you to prove your Tao. This is not a bad thing. Yi Emo said. Yi Emo knew a lot of things. Some ancient secrets, but after all, he had fallen too long ago. So he did not know many things. Yi Shiwen thought for a while. What Yi Emo said might not be wrong. Anyway, he still had to go to the mysterious world. However, before going to the mysterious world, I have to go into closed-door training. After I break into the profound life realm, the journey to the mysterious world will be easier. Going to the mysterious realm was his established plan. Now he had to work hard for this matter. Yi Shiwen also entered closed-door training after giving some instructions to Yi Fan. Although he wasn't overseeing the Yi family now, there was still the Tide Song Seal's Tool Spirit overseeing the Qi Mountain area. With the Tide Song Seal's Tool Spirit strength, even if it couldn't deal with the Abyss Devil Lord, ordinary profound life realm experts wouldn't be able to deal with it. It was more than enough to replace him in overseeing the Yi family. Since Yi Shiwen was in closed-door training, those people naturally did not dare to disturb him. Even those who wanted to curry favor with Yi Shiwen were no exception. At this time, who would dare to disturb Yi Shiwen's closed-door training? This was a terrifying existence who had leveled a forbidden area by himself. Time passed day by day while Yi Shiwen was in closed-door training. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Although 10 years had passed, the various clans had never relaxed their surveillance of the Qi Mountain area. In particular, everyone was very clear that as long as Yi Shiwen was still there, then it could be said that the human clan would still be very strong. They did not dare to relax, even for a moment. So, when Yi Shiwen announced that he would enter into an irregular closed-door training, they could not relax in the slightest. On this day, after 10 years, a powerful aura suddenly erupted in the Yi family. In the sky, endless auspicious clouds fell, and even the great Tao appeared. Many of the scouts from the major forces immediately realized what was going on. Someone had entered the king rank. Yi family, why is it in the direction of the Yi family again? Chapter 1806. The road to proving the Tao was right in front of them. Why is it the Yi clan again? Several experts have entered the Yi clan during this period of time. It's not only the Yi clan. Several experts of the human race have entered the king level during this period of time. The human race seems to have recovered to its peak in an instant. Yes, that's right. It's really terrifying. A king-level expert is born almost every 6 months. Although they have just entered the king level, it's still shocking enough. Many spies couldn't help but sigh with emotion, especially the spies of the small clans. They were extremely envious. Not to mention profound life realm experts. Even a king-level expert was enough for them to be incomparably excited. However, they couldn't help but feel envious as they saw a large number of experts being born in the human race in the past 10 years. In the end, the human race's foundation is really deep and frightening. The foundation that they have accumulated over the past tens of thousands of years is still beyond the imagination of ordinary clans, even if their imperial court has been breached. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to produce so many king-level experts in such a short period of time. That's right. In fact, the human race was only caught unprepared by the devil race. They were forced to retreat step by step under the devil race's offensive. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken long for someone to enter the king level with the foundation and recovery ability of the human race, even if their imperial court had been breached. Moreover, Yi Shiwen has fought for precious time for them to take a breather during this period of time. All the major forces of the human race are taking advantage of this period of time to crazily throw resources at the king-level experts. They don't care even if they have to sacrifice some future development. For the current human race, the king level is more important than the illusory profound life realm in the future. What the hell is called rich and overbearing? What is called a foundation? I've thoroughly experienced it. People without money really can't afford to throw resources. They're really worthy of being one of the overlords of the past. Who dares to look down on them even now? I'm afraid that the human race's foundation has almost been consumed after such a crazy attack. If they can't expand their territory in one generation, it's impossible to support so many people with their current territory. Their foundation has been greatly consumed. I'm afraid that it won't take long for them to rapidly decline. In the end, the foundation of a big clan is still related to territory and resources. But in the short term, the human race has regained some of its dominance. This is completely unexpected. But there is still no news about Yi Shiwen. 10 years have passed. He won't be doing closed-door training for 100 years, right? It shouldn't be possible. Given the current situation, although his injuries can be said to be relatively stable, the devil race may launch a large-scale attack at any time. He definitely won't do closed-door training. As for when he will come out, it's hard to say. While everyone was celebrating that the Yi family had gained another king division master, in a small world of the Yi family's vassal, Yi Qiong opened his eyes. He had finally entered the king division. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had given him some pointers before he went into closed-door training. So he had finally broken into the king rank after 10 years of closed-door training. While he was overjoyed, he could not help but feel a little sad. His lifelong goal was to step into the king division. As for the profound life stage, there were not even 2 in the entire Yi clan. Amongst the numerous king division experts, less than 1 in 10 would be able to step into the profound life stage after cultivating to the limit. He didn't dare to have such an extravagant hope. However, the king division was his fixed goal. He had thought that he would need another 1 or 2,000 years to enter the king division, but he hadn't expected that he would enter the king division so much earlier. And the price he had to pay was so heavy. His master, the lord of the Yi family, would never have the opportunity to see him enter the king division. Master, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will flatten the devil race and take revenge for you. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. Then he quickly restrained it. His strength had increased several times after he had entered the king division. However, 10 years had passed now. The king division masters weren't as precious as they had been 10 years ago. The human race had been defeated by the devil race in the beginning. They had been in a constant state of panic. But Yi Shiwen's appearance had one precious breathing space for the human race. He had given them the opportunity to consume their foundation and transform it into strength. Every major force had produced king division masters in the past 10 years. Their momentum had been comparable to their peak. Even if their strength wasn't good, their numbers weren't any less than their peak. The Yi family had produced the most king division masters. Yi Kuang had also entered the king division in addition to Yi Fan. Moreover, he had entered the king division more than a year earlier than Yi Qiong. Besides Yi Kuang, the Yi family also had an old antique level character. He had burned his life and entered the king division. Although his lifespan had been shortened, he had also added another king division master to the Yi family. This had greatly increased the Yi family's influence in the human race. In fact, the Taitsong royal clan had already surpassed the 4 great royal clans because of their relationship with Yi Shiwen. Only the Taitsong royal clan could contend against the Yi clan by virtue of the looming existence of the Taitsong king. However, the relationship between the Yi clan and the Taitsong royal clan was excellent. So, this didn't lead to a confrontation. Moreover, the current situation of the human race couldn't afford such internal friction. Ha ha ha, Yi Qiong, You finally entered the King Division. Our Yi family's King Division is the best among all the clans." A hearty voice resounded at this time. A tall figure walked into the world. It was none other than Yi Fan. "Now, our Yi family is a bit outstanding." Yi Qiong looked at Yi Fan and said, "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind." I understand this logic, but our Yi family has already become a towering tree. Who can move it? Probably only the demon race army, led by the Abyss Demon Lord. But if the demon race army arrives, then to us, it would be the entire forest being swept away. What difference does it make whether we are taller than the forest or not? Yi Fan said with a smile. After being the Lord for such a long time, his power was naturally completely different. He was completely different from before. His words had extraordinary power. "Lord, you're right. I've been too careful." Yi Qiong nodded and said, "All these years, Yi Fan had been the Lord because he had no other choice. Besides Yi Shiwen, only he had the King Division. Now he had to admit that Yi Fan had done a good job. During this period of time, the Yi family had also taken advantage of the rare period of peace to recover a lot of strength. This was inseparable from Yi Fan's leadership. However, he also knew that whether the Yi family would be destroyed or not was not up to them. It was up to the person who was currently in closed-door training, Yi Shiwen. Does the Lord have any news about him? Has he not come out of closed-door training yet? Yi Qiong asked. There's no news yet. However, that means that he might succeed. It's much better than coming out in such a short time. Yi Fan shook his head and said, no news at this time was actually the best news. Both of them knew what Yi Shiwen meant to the Yi family and even the entire human race. If his cultivation could reach the next level, the prosperity of the human race would be just around the corner. However, at this moment, the void in the sky suddenly fluctuated and someone directly tore open the space and barged in. Immediately, the two of them became vigilant, and when they saw who it was, they heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Shiwen, you came out of closed-door training? Did you succeed? Yi Fan asked in surprise. Indeed, the person in front of him was none other than Yi Shiwen. Seeing the surprised Yi Fan and Yi Qiong, Yi Shiwen nodded and said with a smile. He was also in a good mood. After 10 years, he had finally broken through the barrier between the initial and middle stages of the profound life realm. He had stepped into the middle stages of the profound life realm. Compared to before, his current strength had undergone a tremendous change. Even though he had only just entered the middle stages of the profound life realm, he could fight against several of his previous selves. It could be said that he had undergone a tremendous change. He could not imagine how strong he would be if he really could prove his Tao after completing the profound life realm. That's great. In this case, the strength of the human race will rise to another level. In the future, no one will dare to look down on us. Even those old antiques in the forbidden areas will not dare to look down on us. Yi Qiong said, although he had just stepped into the king rank, he was very clear that he was nothing in the eyes of those old freaks. Even if he had truly stepped into the profound life stage, it would be impossible for him to be like Yi Shiwen, who had easily flattened a forbidden area. That was a true monster in human skin. It was not something that an ordinary person could accomplish. I came to find you today because I have something to say. Yi Shiwen looked at Yi Qiong and said, after he came out, he had a little understanding of the human race. In the past 10 years, the strength of the human race had recovered by leaps and bounds. Compared to 10 years ago, it could not be compared to 10 years ago. Even without him, it was already an existence that could not be easily humiliated. The two looked at Yi Shiwen. For him to be so serious, it must not be a small matter. I plan to go to the profound world. Yi Shiwen said, what? You plan to go to the profound world? Oh, that's right. With your current cultivation, it is also time to go to the profound world. Yi Fan was surprised at first. Then he had an expression of sudden realization. It was not only Yi Shiwen. Almost all the Profound Life realm experts had made the same choice. I am going to the Profound Life realm not only to broaden my horizons, but also to find the ancestors of the human race. If I want to drive away the demon race, resist the other races, and restore the supreme status of the human race, it is not enough to rely on me alone. I also need other Profound Life realm experts to suppress the situation. Yi Shiwen explained, therefore, during the time I am away, I will leave the matters of the race to you. In addition, I have also invited an old senior to oversee the race. If you encounter an enemy that you cannot resist, you can ask him to come out. Chapter 1807. Yi Shiwen was naturally talking about the spirit of the Tai Tsang seal. Although he could not stop the Abyss Demon Master, it was impossible for other Profound Life realm experts to take advantage of him. Moreover, even if the Abyss Demon Master came, he could still fight back. With the spirit of the Tai Tsang seal, Yi Shiwen could go to the Xian world with peace of mind. I understand. Yi Fan nodded. He obviously knew who Yi Shiwen was talking about. After explaining to Yi Fan and the others, Yi Shiwen went to see the spirit of the Tai Tsang seal. Senior, I am going to the Xian world soon. At that time, I will need Senior to take care of the human race, said Yi Shiwen. No problem, leave it to me, said the spirit of the Tai Tsang seal. This was what he had been doing for countless years, silently protecting the human race in the imperial court. Yi Shiwen came out of the spirit of the Tai Tsang seal. He planned to visit the families of his uncle and third uncle, and then go to the Xian world. For ordinary people, the Xian world was a mysterious place, and they had never even heard of it. However, for a wealthy and influential family like the Yi family, there were many records about the Xian world. As for the way to the Xian world, naturally there were also records about it, so Yi Shiwen didn't need to worry about it. However, just as he came out, Yi Fan sent someone to inform him that an old friend of Yi Shiwen had come to visit. Yi Shiwen was a little puzzled. What old friend could he have? Moreover, it was not that simple to alarm Yi Fan. After a slight pause, he directly went to the reception hall. At a glance, it was an old friend that he had met a few times. It was Qin Lai, an outstanding disciple of the immortal inheritance martial sect in the Heaven Realm. He was a little puzzled. Why was Qin Lai looking for him? Ha ha ha! I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. Brother Yi, you are still as elegant as before. Your skills have improved. Congratulations. Qin Lai laughed and glanced at Yi Shiwen. There was an indescribable feeling in his eyes. He had met Yi Shiwen 10 years ago. Yi Shiwen was already a very tyrannical king rank expert. However, Yi Shiwen was merely a king rank expert in his eyes at that time. Yi Shiwen wasn't qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as him. However, he hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would grow to such an extent after a mere 10 years. It was simply terrifying. Yi Shiwen was a little surprised as he looked at Qin Lai. Although he had not deliberately concealed his strength, Yi Shiwen was able to see through it with a single glance. Qin Lai's strength was not simple, and was most likely not lower than the middle stage of the Profound Life stage. In these 10 years, he was not the only one who had made great gains. I wonder why Brother Qin has come to my ancient barrens, Yi Shiwen asked. He didn't believe that he was just passing by. If that was the case, even a 3-year-old child wouldn't be fooled. Then I'll get straight to the point. Qin Lai saw that Yi Shiwen had no intention of continuing to be polite with him, so he directly said, Brother Yi, in this short period of time, it can be said that you have risen by 2 levels. I wonder if Brother Yi has any plans to go to the profound world? His eyes were looking at Yi Shiwen, asking for his opinion. I don't know. What do you mean by that? Yi Shiwen remained calm and didn't reveal that he had originally planned to go to the profound world. What do I say if I go, and what do I say if I don't? If Brother Yi doesn't have any plans to go to the profound world, then forget about what I said. Qin Lai waved his hand and said, However, if Brother Yi has plans to go to the profound world, then we can discuss it. What kind of negotiation? Yi Shiwen asked. In his heart, he was somewhat interested. He didn't know what Qin Lai was planning to do. Then, I'll get straight to the point. Actually, it's like this. This time, I came to invite Brother Yi to the abyss of the dead souls in the profound world. Qin Lai said, Abyss of the dead souls? What's so special about it? Yi Shiwen frowned and asked, Brother Yi, it seems that you haven't been to the profound world before, so you don't know. In fact, the abyss of the dead souls is an extreme of the profound world. It is the gathering place of the dark death energy of the entire profound world. In the abyss of the dead souls, countless dead spirit creatures live in the abyss of the dead souls. Usually, these dead spirit creatures live in the abyss of the dead souls, hibernating in the darkness. However, every 100 years, the abyss of the dead souls will spew out endless death energy, forming a death frenzy. Countless dead spirit creatures will crawl out of the abyss of the dead souls and bring disaster to the world. Qin Lai said, Brother Qin, you can't be thinking of asking me to deal with these dead spirit creatures, right? Yi Shiwen said, It's just in passing. If Brother Yi is interested, I can accompany Brother Yi on this trip. Qin Lai smiled and said in an unconcerned manner, The real point is that after these dead spirit creatures crawl out, the abyss of the dead souls will spew out countless heavenly treasures that have been infected by the death energy. An ordinary person would die upon contact with it. However, for people like me who have already stepped into the profound life realm, it is extremely useful. If I want to step into the profound death realm in the future, this will be the best shortcut. Most importantly, after spitting out these heavenly treasures, it will spew out the purest death energy. If I can absorb and refine it, then it will be practically a matter of time before I step into the profound death realm in the future. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. If what Qin Lai said was true, then this abyss of the dead souls would have an extraordinary significance for those experts at the profound life realm. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to step into the profound life realm from the King Division. Little did they know that the difficulty of stepping into the profound death realm from the profound life realm was several times, or even dozens of times more difficult than the difficulty of stepping into the profound life realm from the King Division. Many people were stuck at the profound life realm for their entire lives, and were unable to step into the profound death realm. However, this was not an important matter for Yi Shiwen. That was because he had the yin-yang life and death diagram. Death energy, which was extremely difficult for ordinary people, was something that he could easily obtain. Although the heavenly treasures that had been infected by the death energy caused his eyes to light up, it was only for a moment. In reality, he did not have much interest in them. Qin Lai observed Yi Shiwen's expression, who knew that Yi Shiwen would actually remain indifferent in the face of such a temptation. It was as if he had never heard of it. Could it be that he was not aware of the benefits involved? No, that was impossible. He had clearly seen Yi Shiwen's expression being moved earlier. Who knew that Yi Shiwen would completely ignore it later on? There was only one possibility. Could it be that Yi Shiwen had the confidence to step into the profound death realm and did not need such a method to help him? This was completely different from what he had imagined. However, he had prepared a move beforehand. He paused for a moment, and then said, I know that Brother Yi seems to be looking for Miss Hua Menghan. Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes when he heard this. If other matters were said to be insignificant to him, then this matter was something that he could not ignore. Do you have any news about her? Yi Shiwen asked. Yes. According to the news that our martial sect had obtained in the profound world, someone had seen Miss Hua's figure in the profound world some time ago. Most importantly, it seems that Miss Hua is being chased by the people of the ancient Phoenix world. Qin Lai slowly revealed this news. After that, he looked at Yi Shiwen's expression. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. Yi Shiwen could not ignore the news about Hua Menghan no matter what. His expression instantly changed. What? They actually dare? Yi Shiwen was furious. He had already warned those people before he had escaped from the ancient Phoenix world. However, it seemed that it was not very effective. Everyone had turned a deaf ear to his warning. They did not care at all. In fact, it could even be said that if the Phoenix King had not indulged Yi Shiwen at that time, Yi Shiwen would have already thanked the heavens and earth for being able to escape unscathed. Those people obviously did not care about Yi Shiwen at all. According to the situation in the profound world, if Miss Hua is in the profound world, then she will definitely go to the Dead Soul Abyss. Brother, you might be able to meet Miss Hua at that time. Qin Lai raised his eyebrows and said, All right, Brother Qin, you have convinced me. Yi Shiwen sighed and said, This matter was related to Hua Menghan. Most importantly, it did not conflict with his itinerary. In any case, he had to go to the profound world. As for where his first stop was, it did not matter. Moreover, the benefits of the Dead Soul Abyss for profound life realm experts were self-evident. However, the premise was that they could snatch it. However, Brother Qin, if the Dead Soul Abyss is so amazing, then there will certainly be a large number of profound life realm experts going there. Our strength is not bad. However, I am afraid that we will not be able to compete with those people. Yi Shiwen said. He was confident in himself. However, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could defeat an expert at the late stage of Profound Life Realm or even at the peak of Profound Life Realm, especially when there would certainly be a large number of experts competing at that time. It would be nice to say that they would not be able to compete with their strength. In fact, it could only be described as overestimating one's capabilities. Brother, ye can rest assured about this, because those people will not go there. Qin Lai said, Oh, I would like to hear the details. Actually, it's like this. The power of death in the Abyss of Souls is too strong, even stronger than the power of death in the Nirvana Pool. The scariest thing is that the law of death is the most active there. Young and strong like us can still resist a little bit of it. But if the experts of the older generation go there, they will be completely corroded by the power of death. They might even enter the angels' decay stage in advance and die. In other words, if one wants to enter the Abyss of Souls, they will have to consume a lot of their lifespan. The older one is, the more intense the consumption would be. No one can compete with the law of death. So I'm afraid that no old monster would dare to enter this muddy water. Qin Lai said, If it's just the younger generation, then Lai is still somewhat confident. If the two of us work together, it'll definitely be more than enough to stop them. Chapter 1808. Yi Shiwen was silent for a moment. It was obvious that the undead abyss was somewhat similar to the Nirvana Pond. It was a similar place, but even more extreme than the Nirvana Pond. It was the gathering point of all the negative energy in the entire Xian world. One could imagine how strong the power of death was. He was very clear about the function of the power of death. Life and death were opposites, but at the same time, they were mutually reinforcing. The end of life was death, and the end of death was life. Using the power of death to comprehend the principle of life was a common thing in itself. The level of death was life. Therefore, it was not strange that these peerless geniuses used the power of death to comprehend the profound life realm. Didn't he use the power of death to cultivate to the profound life realm in the Nirvana Pond and step into the profound life realm? Therefore, those profound life realm experts would rush to the undead abyss. Under such circumstances, it was normal for those older people to be unable to bear it. How many people would dare to enter the undead abyss? Among the same generation, Qin Lai was confident. How could Yi Shiwen not be confident? Moreover, the two of them were working together. He pondered for a moment and said, I'm afraid that Brother Qin is not telling the truth. If it is only this with Brother Qin's strength, although it cannot be said that you can defeat everyone, it is obviously enough to protect yourself. Why bother to bring me along? This was also the biggest doubt in his heart. Qin Lai was more than enough by himself. Why bring him along? All right, I will not lie in front of a true person. If it is just me, it is naturally more than enough. However, this time the undead abyss is open, and I have another mission. I will not hide it from Brother Yi. Although this undead abyss only erupts once in 100 years, it is undoubtedly very important to many profound realm experts. It is also a very important strategic resource. Qin Lai said. Yi Shiwen reacted almost immediately. The force standing behind Qin Lai wasn't an ordinary one. It was an illustrious and famous immortal inheritance in the myriad heavens and myriad worlds. What was an immortal inheritance? It was an inheritance created by the powerhouses of the gods. Not to mention, it was said that the martial sect had once produced an emperor-level character. They were great figures that could make all heavens and realms submit to them. Compared to the royal family of the antiquity, the strength of a martial ancestor could be said to be unfathomable. It was not strange for such a person to have the ambition to control such a strategic resource. If they could control the abyss of dead souls, then the strength of the mysterious realm experts of the martial ancestor realm would also increase exponentially. Do we have to rely on us? Yi Shiwen smiled. If it was so simple, then it would be ridiculous. Of course not. In fact, there is a country called the Country of Darkness at the edge of the undead abyss. Our martial sect has also cultivated some forces in the Country of Darkness. One of the princes is quite close to us. If he can ascend to the throne in the future, then the entire Country of Darkness will fall into our hands. At that time, we can take advantage of the geographical advantage to dominate the undead abyss. Whether it's for our martial sect or the human race, it's the best. Qin Lai said everything in one go. Brother Qin, can you tell me all of this? Yi Shiwen looked at Qin Lai and asked. These things should be a long-term strategy of a sect, but he actually told him. These things are nothing. In fact, these things are basically known to everyone. Not only our martial sect, but also the Heaven Wasteland Palace and other old forces of the Shen world are involved. At our level, there is no need to be sneaky at all. Everything we rely on is open and above board. There is no need to keep these things secret because all parties are doing so. After listening to Qin Lai's explanation, Yi Shiwen understood what he meant. The Dark Nation was like a delicious piece of cake to all parties. Everyone was staring at it. At this time, it was impossible to make any sneaky moves. Moreover, it would be a disgrace for existences like them. Then there was only one way left, and that was to defeat all competitors in an open and above-board manner. The only thing they could rely on was their own means. And this time, the king of the Country of Darkness issued an order. Whoever can find the Country of Darkness divine weapon that had fallen into the undead abyss, then that prince will be appointed as the crown prince and inherit the position of the Country of Darkness in the future. Qin Lai said, So Brother Qin is here to recruit people for that prince? How could Yi Shiwen not understand? But you are intervening so blatantly. Aren't you afraid that the king of the Country of Darkness will be disgusted? Qin Lai smiled confidently and said, How is that possible? Although the Country of Darkness is not weak, whether it is our martial sect, the Heaven Wasteland Palace, or the other forces, they are nothing at all. It is just a matter of time to destroy them. For ordinary people, the Country of Darkness has come to the undead abyss. For ordinary people, the undead abyss is simply a land of death. Every time, countless people die under the undead tide, but for all parties, it is a strategic location. If they want to firmly occupy such a strategic location, it is simply impossible for them to be independent. If they want to benefit from both sides, it is even more suicidal. Only by relying on one party and stabilizing the other parties can the country survive. The current king of the Country of Darkness is also a smart man, so it is impossible for him to make any mistakes. Besides, for him, no matter which of his sons wins in the end, won't it still be his family that inherits his position? If the country survives, it is all his sons. It doesn't matter who they choose. Moreover, We only want this strategic location. We have no interest in occupying this place. In essence, it does not conflict with him. Qin Lai's analysis was clear and logical. He saw through the king of the country of darkness at a glance. Yi Shiwen sighed. Indeed, the feeling of being sandwiched between several overlords was not good. One must be careful. If one was not careful, they might be completely destroyed. Such a choice by the king of the country of darkness was understandable. It could even be said that this was a very smart choice. For a small country, benefiting from both sides was in itself a worthy death. I understand. Yi Shiwen nodded. He also understood why Qin Lai looked for him as a helper. Although he had a lot of prestige in the human race of the Desolate Era and was the representative of the Yi family, he had no foundation in the Xian world. Yi Shiwen would obtain a lot of benefits if he succeeded. However, it was impossible to shake the advantage of martial great sect. Compared to such a behemoth, Yi Shiwen was nothing. Seeing that Yi Shiwen was a little tempted, Qin Lai could not help but continue to say, "If Brother Yi is willing to help, then you can choose the things we get at the end of this operation." Qin Lai looked at Yi Shiwen. Although these dead spirit heavenly treasures were precious, they were not the most important to him. He was born in a martial sect and was also a direct descendant of Emperor Qin. His status was unspeakably noble. These things were precious, but they were not enough to make him go crazy. What he really cared about was if he could rope in Yi Shiwen. Then he would have a little more confidence this time. If he succeeded this time, martial great sect would take root in the undead spirit abyss in one fell swoop. It would not take long before the strength of Xian realm experts of martial great sect would increase by an astonishing amount. At that time, in the competition in the Xian world, martial great sect would not lose to the old forces, such as Heaven, Wasteland, Palace. At that time, as a person who had made a great contribution, his position in the hearts of the martial great sect's higher-ups would immediately change. These were the things that he really cared about. Unexpectedly, Yi Shiwen wasn't as moved as he had imagined. He remained silent for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "I agree. But you have to wait for me for 3 days. I'll deal with the matters of the ancient barons after 3 days. Then I'll leave." He agreed because of Hua Menghan, the person who had been in his dreams for hundreds of years. "No problem. This is not a problem at all. Moreover, this is my first time in ancient Desolate. It is said that this is the ancient demon realm and there are many secrets. I am also a little curious. This is a good opportunity to take a good look." Qin Lai nodded and said in agreement. "Then I will take my leave first. I will disturb you again in 3 days." After saying that, Qin Lai strode out of the Yi family. After watching Qin Lai leave, Yi Shiwen immediately began to deal with the aftermath of his departure. These things had to be explained clearly. Although he did not intervene in the specific affairs of the Yi family, he was almost the spiritual totem of the Yi family and the entire human race. If he left like this, it would naturally cause an uproar. Therefore, he had already taken care not to announce that he had left, but to say that he was still in closed-door training. In this way, even if others wanted to move the human race, they would have to worry about his existence. Moreover, there was the existence of the spirit of the Taitsong seal. This was the last insurance, so Yi Shiwen was relatively more relieved. 3 days later, Qin Lai came to the Yi family as promised and quietly left the Yi family with Yi Shiwen. Except for Yi Fan and a few other people who knew about this, no one was alarmed. The spies of various forces who were monitoring the Yi family did not discover anything. With their skills, it was impossible for them to monitor Yi Shiwen and Qin Lai. The two did not go through the exit of the ancient Desolate to the Xian world. Instead, they went directly to an entrance that Qin Lai had opened in the outer domain. This entrance could directly lead to the Dead Soul Abyss, and also save them from having to cultivate hard. After passing through this entrance, the two went through a teleportation and finally arrived at the Xian world. As soon as they stepped into the Xian world, Yishuin did not have the time to feel it when he felt a deathly aura rushing towards him. It directly rushed towards the two people in the sky, forming a strong wind in the sky, blowing the clothes of the two people.